Let us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you are committed to our church. Amen. Proceed. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honor members, honor members, I wish to inform you that my office is in receipt of a letter dated 24th December 2019 from the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Planning regarding the statutory requirement for the submission of financial statements and annual reports of all public entities within 6 months after the end of each financial year. In his letter, the Cabinet Secretary wishes to bring to the attention of the House the provisions of Article 229 of the Constitution that requires the Auditor General to audit and report to Parliament the financial statements of all public entities within 6 months after the end of each financial year. Given that the office of the Auditor General is currently vacant and the process of appointment is ongoing, the National Treasury is therefore seeking extension of the time limit for submission of the audited financial statements for the financial year 2018-2019 by public entities until such a time the Auditor General is appointed. Honourable members, Section 81 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 requires the accounting officer of a national government entity to not later than 3 months after the end of each financial year submit the financial statements to the Auditor General amongst the other constitutional offices and publish and publicize the said financial statements. In the case of an entity that is a state corporation, the accounting officer is required to submit the corporation's financial statements to the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to that corporation, who should, upon approving it, submit a copy to the Auditor General. Honourable members, as you are aware, the position of the Auditor General is currently vacant, with the term of the former Auditor General having come to an end on the 22nd of August 2019. Given the foregoing fact, the Cabinet Secretary is requesting the National Assembly to extend the time limit for submission of audited financial account statements by public entities until such a time the Auditor General shall be appointed pursuant to the provisions of Section 90 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which states as follows, and I quote, "Any House of Parliament may by resolution extend the time limit other than a time limit set in the Constitution for submitting a statement or other document required to be submitted to it under this Act." Close the quote. Honourable members, this is the second time that a similar request has been made, with the first one being the request for extension of the time limit for Central Bank of Kenya to submit and publish certified financial statements for the financial year 2018-2019, a request made and approved during the third session of the current Parliament. In view of the foregoing, I refer the request to the Public Investments Committee, the Public Accounts Committee, and Special Funds Accounts Committee for joint consideration with the Public Investments Committee, which examines the highest number of audited reports and accounts of public entities, being the lead committee. The referral is informed of the fact that the financial statements in reference relate to accounts of the national government, state corporations, and special funds, whose examinations fall within the mandate of these committees. The committee should expeditiously consider this matter jointly and submit their report to the House by 11th of March 2020 to enable the House to consider the same request by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning. In their report, the joint committee should apprise the House on the progress of the ongoing process of the appointment of the Auditor General, among other related matters that the committees may desire to consider. I thank you. There will be another communication, but that will come later. Proceed.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, February 20th, 2020, the report of the public inquiry on insecurity and its impact on the enjoyment of human rights in the coastal region of Kenya from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Honorable Kadhuri Murungi.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Chairman, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of audited financial statements for the Commodities Fund for the year ended 30th June 2016 and 30th June 2017, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, October 29th, 2019. Thank you.
Very well. Next, by the Honorable Karek Mbiuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notices of the following motions. One, that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the inquiry into the status of dams in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, October 17th, 2019. Number two, Mr. Speaker, that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee of Environment and Natural Resources on its inquiry into the death of 11 black rhinos after the translocation to the Savo East National Park Sanctuary, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, September 19th, 2019. And finally, Mr. Speaker, that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on its inquiry into the encroachment of the riparian area in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, September 19, 2019. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Ishongwa, you made a request that your question be defined.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There was a question, Honorable Speaker, that is listed in the order paper, but I had sought your indulgence because it is not properly framed to be able to ask that question with your permission next week.
Yes, that was communicated and extended the request. So the question will be placed in the order paper next week. Next question by the member for Lamu County, Captain Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 012-2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. 1. What plans has the ministry put in place to develop an airstrip on Pate Island in Lamu County to serve over 20,000 residents in cases of emergencies as well as security agencies? 2. What measure has the ministry put in place to ensure that Manda airstrip runway lights are installed to make it operational at night? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be responded to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Third question by the member for Baringo Central, Julius Kandie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to ask question number 013-2020. And this question goes to the Teacher Service Commission. 1, could the Teacher Service Commission explain the criteria used to promote 3,408 teachers in the entire country in 2019? Second, could the Commission also state the number of teachers who were promoted in Baringo Central during the same period? 3, what measures has the Commission put in place to ensure a fair and transparent process of promoting teachers in the country? Number 4, what criteria was used to distribute the promoted aid teachers to schools countrywide? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The question is for written reply, so the question should be forwarded to the Teacher Service Commission, who should within not less than 2 weeks provide the written answer. And the clerk's office should facilitate that. Next in that order is status of questions. The Honorable Amonyenyi was to make some inquiries and update the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I indeed yesterday requested the clerk's office to provide all the information relating to questions, Mr. Speaker, and I have received the same, though there seems to be some discrepancy between what I have and what the Leader of Majority has. So I have requested to be allowed a little more time until next week, Mr. Speaker, then we bring a comprehensive report.
Did you say that you are given the same report?
No, I said I received a slightly different with a higher number of questions, but not the same as the Leader of Majority, Mr. Speaker. So I have requested to get it deeper to the root of the matter. Then we present a comprehensive report to the House next week, possibly Wednesday or Thursday next week, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, because the Leader of Majority spoke of 122.
Yes, and what I have received
and I think
now,
what you have received
now
is
it's gone up to 104.
Yes.
It's gone up to 104.
Yes.
Still, I have not reached where the Leader of Majority is. So allow me, Mr. Speaker, to bring a comprehensive report next week.
Very well, very well. Can we say Tuesday or Wednesday?
Wednesday or Thursday, Mr. Speaker.
Wednesday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very well. Honourable members, before we proceed, allow me to recognize the following students and pupils who are in the public gallery. Those from Miadhene Boys High School, Tigania West Constituency, Meru County, and those from Kigio Primary School, Gatanga Constituency, Muranga County. And they are all welcome to observe the proceedings in the House this afternoon. Chair, Finance Committee. I'm told you are the one, you want to give an update. Honorable Limo, you have to give an update.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the standing order number 42F, I would wish to communicate to this House that the Department Committee on Finance and National Planning received a total of 23 questions for consideration during the third session. The status of the questions is as follows, Mr. Speaker. Out of the 23 questions committed to the committee, 15 were satisfactorily responded to before the committee, while written responses were provided for 5 questions. In addition, Mr. Speaker, one question was dropped due to an unavailability of the member who asked the question, while 2 were not responded to, Mr. Speaker, and we have recommended those particular 2 to the member concerned to consider, if still relevant, to bring it back so that we can consider. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the members of this committee, which has been very, very active in bringing several bills to this House, that despite the fact that they were really fighting for time, they were able to give time to these particular questions, and I wish to assure the House that this committee will continue doing its work in a very organized and focused manner to ensure that the people of this country get value for money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think what you should do is table that document, Honorable Limo, so that it forms part of the record. I'm also informed that the Chair Committee of Sports, Culture and Tourism, Honorable Munyaka, what's your update?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42F, I wish to report as follows: that in the third session, our Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism received 3 questions. And the first question being asked by Honorable Dr. James Kipsgei Morgo concerning Camarine Stadium and the state of also development of other stadiums. And I am happy to report that we met the CS on sports, and we got a satisfactory answer, especially on the progress and the reason why the stadiums had actually stalled, and that the minister was awaiting more funds for that, so that the stadiums can be completed. Then we got 2 more questions from Honorable Professor Jacqueline Odor, directed to the Minister of the Department of Heritage, and all of them were answered to our satisfaction. I would therefore wish to table our report to those response, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Table it, Honorable Kareke Mbiuki, Chair of Environment and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the third session, the Departmental Committee of Environment received 4 questions for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 42A. The committee received responses, satisfactory responses, to 26 questions from the various cabinet secretaries in the ministries under its purview. Mr. Speaker, 7 questions were deferred due to the unavailability of the relevant cabinet secretaries to address them. And 1 question, Mr. Speaker, which was touching on matters to do with delegation, was referred to the Committee of Agriculture and Livestock. Mr. Speaker, allow me to note that at the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resource, we observed that issues of human-wildlife conflict raised a lot of questions due to its impact on the ground. And during our interactions with the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife, it was agreed that in order to fast-track the issues of compensation on human-wildlife conflicts, victims upon scrutiny by the relevant compensation committee, the ministry was to adopt that fourth issue to reach as many affected people as possible. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the committee experienced delays in responding to some questions due to the unavailability of the cabinet secretaries to address them. However, Mr. Speaker, upon the communication by you, Mr. Speaker, on allowing the chief administrative secretaries or the principal secretaries to present signed responses by the CSS to the committees, these had greatly improved the turnaround time for responding to the questions. Mr. Speaker, the committee further noted that questions present opportunities for resolving issues affecting Kenyans in a faster way, and therefore the need to encourage the honorable members to seek redress through this medium in the fourth session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to table this report, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think table it. And we are taking note of the various chairs who have given progress reports. So those that have not given a progress report of the number of questions that were submitted, or those like administration who have got inadequate answers, prepare to update the House next week. Within the same segment, the Honorable Dr. Tekla Tum, member for Nandi County.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to ask the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the following. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that there are more than 90 Kenyan students who are currently stranded at Wuhan City, China, where authorities have confirmed that there is an emerging and rapidly evolving outbreak of coronavirus, especially known as COVID-19. Tens of thousands of people have been infected with the death toll from the virus, passing over 1,000 in China. Number B, is the Cabinet Secretary also aware that the students are panic-stricken, as majority of them are facing mental breakdown due to the escalating situation, and that the students claim that since the city is under lockdown, the availability of basic supplies are drastically reduced and are rare to find. A special case in point are 2 pregnant women from Kenya. C, can the Cabinet Secretary explain whether the government has made arrangements to ensure that the said students are evacuated from Wuhan City, China, especially considering the fact that the students have stated that they are willing to undergo the 14-day of strict quarantine. Other governments have been busy evacuating their citizens. Can the Cabinet Secretary confirm when they will proceed to evacuate the stranded students in Wuhan City, China, since the situation there is getting unbearable? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, did you want which Cabinet Secretary?
Foreign Affairs.
Very well. Who is the chairman of Defense and Foreign Relations Committee? Honorable Kato. Or they're in Mombasa with the committee. I had also received a similar request from the member for Molo, Francis Kuria Kimani. Is it the same subject? How is yours? Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 44.2C, and I wish to request a statement from the chairperson, the Departmental Committee on Defense, Foreign Affairs regarding the safety of Kenyans living, working, and studying in Wuhan City, Hubei Province, People's Republic of China, and affected by the coronavirus. Honorable Speaker, it is a constitutional duty of every government to protect her citizens within the country and abroad at whatever costs. This Honorable House has continuously apportioned monies to our foreign missions to enable them handle the welfare of our citizens living in other parts of the world. Honorable Speaker, while we truly empathize and stand in solidarity with our friendly nation, the People's Republic of China, with 1,692 fatal cases and more than 68,000 confirmed infections, it is imperative to know that every single Kenyan life matters. The recent days have seen various countries, including the USA, Nepal, Israel, Hong Kong, France, and Canada, among other countries, evacuate their citizens from the affected hotspots, especially in Wuhan City, while Kenyans are locked up in isolation. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations to address the following. That what is the exact number of Kenyans living, working, and studying in Wuhan City, Hubei Province of the People's Republic of China? And two, what steps has the government of Kenya taken to evacuate the said Kenyans in the affected areas, and in particular, Wuhan City, Hubei Province, People's Republic of China? I thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's more or less the same, but worded differently, but it would be good if it answered at the same time. Thank you, Speaker.
Well, I think both the requests will be forwarded to the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations through the office of the leader of the majority party. They could be communicated. Next, leader of majority, 44-2.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met this past Tuesday at the rise of the House to prioritize the business for consideration. It's important for members to note that this is the first part of the session and it is normally very busy. Because of the budget cycle has already begun, with the departmental committee currently considering the 2020 budget policy statement. We also expect the Division of Revenue Bill 2020 to be introduced in the National Assembly by 10th of March 2020. In addition, several committees are currently in the process of vetting nominees for a number of public officers. The budget estimates for the national government for the financial year 2020-2021 ought to be tabled by April 30th, 2020. The Finance Bill 2020-2021 ought to be tabled also by the end of, by 30th of April 2020. The Finance Bill, Mr. Speaker, must also be introduced by April 30th and pass in addition to the Preparation Bill by June 30th, 2020. That tells you how busy this first part of the session is. So on Tuesday next week, Mr. Speaker, we will consider in the Committee of the Whole House the representation of Special Interest Groups Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2019, which will also continue with the second reading of the following bills: the County Roads, Walkways and Parking Based Bills, Senate Bill number 18 of 2018, the Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic and Social Rights from the Senate number 27, the Care and Protection of Older Members of the Society Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018, the Parliamentary Pension Amendment Bill number 3, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019, and the Impeachment Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 15. And finally, the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2018. Through you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure my colleagues in the House Business Committee will agree with me, we urge all chairs of relevant committees to expedite consideration of bills pending before them and table reports to enable members to acquaint themselves with the content of the bills before the House and before debate. The House Business Committee has prioritized the following reports for debate next week. The report of the Special Funds Committee on audited financial statements for Agricultural Settlement Trust Fund, the Universal Service Fund, and the Water Sector Trust Fund. The report of the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the inquiry into the challenges facing Coffee Research Institute. The report of the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations on the agreement between Kenya and Italy on the Lugo Brogolia Malindi Space Center. The report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on the audited accounts, on the audited financial statements for the Wezo Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund. And finally, the report of the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the annual reports on the state of the judiciary. The House Business Committee will convene on Tuesday, February 25th, 2020, at the rise of the House to consider business for the coming week. And now I have the opportunity to lay this statement on the table of the House.
Honourable members, before we go to the next order, I indicated that there was further communication. Maybe the member for Nyando can take his seat because the communication is a little long. Those, the elderly who are making their way into the chamber. Now, honourable members, this communication relates to conflict of mandate between two departmental committees on the subject of irrigation. Honourable members, I wish to report to the House that my office is in receipt of a letter from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Water and Natural Resources, dated February 18th, 2020. In the letter, the honourable member for Mara constituency seeks guidance of the Speaker on the appropriate committee mandated to consider items relating to irrigation in the 2020-2021 budget policy statement in light of the reorganization of the national government as outlined by His Excellency the President's Executive Order number 6 of 2019 and related matters. Honourable members, in his letter, the chairperson notes that as per the provisions of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the second schedule lists irrigation as a subject falling within the mandate of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Conversely, as per the Executive Order number 6 of 2019, the State Department of Irrigation was merged with the State Department of Water and Sanitation in the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Currently, the standing orders mandate the Departmental Committee on Environment, Water and Natural Resources to handle all matters relating to the subject of water resource management. This, on close inspection, reveals a conflict between the mandates of the two committees on the subject of irrigation. The issues raised by the Honourable Chairperson are very material and merit my considered guidance. Honourable members, the immediate question that arises in the prevailing circumstances relates to which committee between the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources and the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock ought to exercise the delegated functions of departmental committees as contemplated in the standing orders in respect of the irrigation aspects. This includes the exercise of the functions falling under the following provisions of the standing orders. A, Standing Order 45, in brackets, vetting of appointments by committees. B, Standing Order 114, dealing with pre-publication scrutiny of proposed legislation. C, Standing Order 127, relating to committal of bills to committees and public participation. D, Standing Order number 216, clause 5, relating to functions of departmental committees. E, Standing Order number 227, relating to committal of petitions. F, Standing Order number 232, subsection 5, dealing with committal of the budget policy statement to departmental committees, and G, standing under number 235, subsection 4, relating to presentation of budget estimates and committal to committees, amongst others. Honorable members, in seeking clarity on this matter, the following further issues arise. A, is the establishment of departmental committees of the House based on the structure of the national government in terms of ministries and departments. B, since August 2019 was not the first time reorganization of the structure of government took place, what has been the practice of the House with regard to this issue? C, is there a difference between the August 2019 reorganization and the previous ones? D, is it prudent for officials of a state department and a ministry whose oversight is assigned to a particular departmental committee to also be appearing before another departmental committee? E, also, should the House require a ministry with one vote and one accounting officer to be splitting its representation and responses regarding the annual budget-related items between the departmental committees, merely on account of disparity in the subject mandates of two or more committees? What should be the prudent situation in this case, and what should follow if the particular ministry has more than one vote and more than one accounting officer? Honourable members, I will attempt to address these questions in a consolidated manner. From the outset, the oversight role of the House over the executive through committees must be clear and consistent. The standing orders attempt to instill clarity and consistency by outlining the functions that may be discharged by departmental committees in their interactions with the executive. You will note that the mandate of the departmental committees of the House is subject-based and does not necessarily mirror the structure of the executive, and whereas other parliament structure, their sectoral committees in line with the structure of the executive, the National Assembly has preferred a subject-based approach for oversight by its committees. This approach, which is not unique to our parliament, but is replicated in the various other jurisdictions, is informed by the fact that the structure of the executive is likely to change from time to time. Maybe the members coming in could take theirs, come in and make your way quickly, please. Some of them were just coming to sign in and walk out. Majority have just signed in and walked out. Then we can proceed with the business. If the intention was to appear there. Very well. Honourable members, further, as you are aware, our current budgeting system is program-based, and budgetary allocations are guided by the nature of the activities performed within a program. Consequently, basing the mandate of committees on subject matter certainly enhances the exercise of oversight by the House and ensures consistency. Honourable members, the organization of the structure of the executive should not continuously necessitate a variation of the mandate of the committees of the House. Indeed, during the 11th Parliament, the international trade function was moved from the then Ministry of East African Community and Regional Development to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Despite the move to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the State Department for International Trade was still subject to oversight by the then Departmental Committee on Finance, Planning and Trade, and not the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. Similarly, honourable members, you will also recall that despite the reorganization of the Ministry of Public Service, Youth and Gender, all matters relating to the youth agenda, including the vetting of its principal secretary, continue to be considered by the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, as opposed to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, which exercises oversight over all other affairs of the ministry. Honourable members, the experiences from the 11th Parliament would ordinarily apply to any reorganization of the structure of the executive. However, the concern raised by the Honourable Chairperson of the Committee on Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources presents a slightly unique scenario. Members will note that before the reorganization of the structure of the executive in August 2019, the State Department for Irrigation was domiciled in the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Irrigation, with its own dedicated principal secretary. The executive order essentially merged the State Department for Irrigation with the State Department of Water and Sanitation in the new Ministry of Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation under one cabinet secretary, and most significantly, one principal secretary as accounting officer. This implies that all accounting matters fall under that one principal secretary. Honourable members, the question that this scenario poses with regard to oversight is the reporting line for this sole principal secretary in the new ministry, which is assigned functions that straddle the mandates of two departmental committees. At present, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation is assigned the functions of 1, water and sewerage infrastructure development, 2, water resource management, 3, water storage and flood control, 4, land reclamation, and 5, water harvesting for irrigation. Honourable members, the second schedule of the standing orders outlines agriculture, livestock, irrigation, fisheries development, production, and marketing as the core mandate of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Livestock Committee. Conversely, the schedule outlines matters relating to climate change, environmental management and conservation, forestry, water resource management, wildlife, mining and natural resources, pollution and water management, waste management, as the core mandate of the Environment, Water and Natural Resources Committee. This effectively makes the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation answerable to the two committees on the subjects of irrigation and water and sanitation, respectively. Ideally, honourable members, this will not present a conflict of oversight, but with two or more principal secretaries assigned to designated state departments, each would report to the relevant committee charged with its oversight seamlessly. However, with only one principal secretary assigned all these 5 functions, a conflict arises as to which committee he or she would be required to answer to for purposes of efficiency and consistency in oversight. A perusal of the budget policy statement for 2020-2021 reveals that with regard to the programs of the ministry, the program of irrigation and land reclamation and that of water harvesting and storage are assigned to the ministry's single vote. This adds to the conundrum of the manner in which the principal secretary, as the accounting officer, would be required to make representations on the ministry's budget and other oversight matters before the two committees of the House. Even though a split of the functions may be contemplated, requiring the principal secretary to continually dovetail between the two committees remains an untidy option, as it exposes the officer to concurrent summons of the two committees and may render the particular oversight function of the House to appear vague and inefficient. Honourable members, the standing orders contemplated a scenario where a conflict of oversight would occur and the need for a process to resolve such conflict. Standing Order number 217 establishes the liaison committee and mandates it to, and I quote, in paragraphs F and G, determine, whenever necessary, the committee or committees to deliberate on any matter and give such advice relating to the work and mandate of select committees as it may consider necessary. Close the quote. In the present case, however, the ongoing consideration of the budget policy statement is subject to timelines governed by the Constitution and the standing orders. The strict timelines necessitate an urgent resolution of the conflict highlighted by the committee. It is with this in mind that, honorable members, I give the following guidance: that all subjects relating to irrigation in the budget policy statement for 2020-2021 shall henceforth be considered by the Departmental Committee on Environment, Water and Natural Resources. 2, that the Departmental Committee on Environment, Water and Natural Resources is similarly henceforth mandated to also consider all matters relating to the subject of irrigation in terms of the following provisions of the standing orders. Standing order number 45, 114, close subsection 7, 227, 216, 5, and 227. At 227 and 232 and 5 and 235, 4, in respect of the matters specified therein. 3, that this guidance shall subsist so long as no substantive department is assigned the irrigation function with a separate accounting officer and a separate vote head. In the event such an assignment is undertaken, it stands without question that the department and its accounting officer would fall under the oversight mandate of the Agriculture and Livestock Committee. Honourable members, I've given this guidance noting the unique circumstances currently obtaining in the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, which has only one principal secretary charged with the functions stranding the oversight mandate of our two committees of the House. The guidance is also premised on the notion that majority of the functions of the ministry, and indeed its planned program and budget, fall under the oversight mandate of the Committee on Environment, Water and Natural Resources. I thank you now, members. Next one.
Order number 8, procedural motion. Extension of the time for vetting of nominees to the offices of Cabinet and Principal Secretaries.
Yes, Honorable Junet, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, there is a matter I wanted to bring to your attention. Mr. Speaker, which I wanted you to look at it and maybe give a clarification now or later. Mr. Speaker, last year, around the month of May, I traveled with the Majority Whip, Honorable Washiali, and the Chairman of the Finance Committee, Honorable Limo, to New York to attend the UN High Political Level Forum. And we were there, Mr. Speaker, for 7 days. UN High Level Political Forum. and Mr. Speaker, we discussed many things there in preparation for the UNGA. We were the ones laying the agenda for the UNGA. We are serious people, Mr. Speaker. But now, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing in this coming month, there's also another serious conference coming up, Mr. Speaker, CSW, Conference on Status Women, Mr. Speaker. But in that high level that we attended, Mr. Speaker, and my colleagues are here to bear me witness, they said that the Conference on Status of Women is not only about women, Mr. Speaker. It's about both gender. And any delegation that is sent to attend that conference must consist of both gender, Mr. Speaker, male and female. Mr. Speaker. My colleagues are here, and I even came with write-ups I'm going to present to the House, Mr. Speaker. The minutes are there. We had a clerk who was taking notes, Mr. Speaker. And we will represent the report. No, I was also with Honorable Kiarie. He was the one taking our notes, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the members of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, We want to table the report, Mr. Speaker, before decision is made on the delegation that's supposed to go to the UN. This time, Mr. Speaker, we want to have 50-50 gender parity, Mr. Speaker. If it is 10 women, 10 members of parliament of the female gender going, Mr. Speaker, we must have 50 male also male members going, Mr. Speaker. And it can be led by the minority leader, Mr. Speaker, the male side. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this because, Mr. Speaker, we didn't know that it's supposed to be that way until we attended that high-level political forum, Mr. Speaker. And it was a matter that we discussed there extensively. We said, is this conference on status of women about women only? They said, no, it's about women, but it's supposed to be attended by both gender, Mr. Speaker. Because we have a lot to contribute to the advancement of women agenda, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Women cannot live without me, Mr. Speaker, in this world. That you know, Mr. Speaker. So we have a lot to add to the welfare, to the well-being, to the advancement of women agenda in this world, Mr. Speaker. And we want to play our important role, Mr. Speaker, to advance the agenda of women, Mr. Speaker, in this world. We have to be given a chance to play our role. So if, with your permission, we can table the report, Mr. Speaker, and I request you if you can give a chance to my clerk, Honorable Kiarie, the Goreti South, Mr. Speaker, who was taking notes for us, Mr. Speaker, to exactly share with the House what we have been told in the high political forum. And the meeting, Mr. Speaker, was taking place in the UN headquarters. We are not meeting in a hotel, you remember? We were meeting inside the UN headquarters. So, Mr. Speaker, I saw our women members yesterday preparing. They are going to the UN, and they were leaving me behind. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to raise the matter here, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, do a ruling, Mr. Speaker, which is favorable, so I can go, Mr. Speaker.
Well, of course, but I can see some member for Nandi, Dr. Chebet Tum.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not of that view. When the two-third gender rule came to the House, the men in the House refused to support us. So we are going to discuss women issues, and the men are not to go with us, Honorable Speaker.
So I can see also another, maybe Honorable Bariri, you want to say something about
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Honorable Junet that we should have members from the opposite gender going to the CSW. But there's a catch, Mr. Speaker, and we need to be very honest with our male counterparts. In the 10th Parliament, when we moved the anti-FGM bill, we took one honorable from Mount Elgon. Not Serut, Kapondi. We went with him to CSW to give his experience because he moved that anti-FGM law to show by example the support men give to women when they're in such houses. Now, Mr. Speaker, I get concerned that Honorable Junet wants to go to CSW and he's on the front line saying no to even the two-thirds gender bill. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't want just to carry, and we don't want just to carry male, we don't want to just carry male delegation to CSW. We want men who support through action the cause of women in this country. We have also taken, Mr. Speaker, so that you are not vilified, we have also gone with Honorable Kioni, because Honorable Kioni stands very strongly on matters women in this house. So show us that you support us and we will carry all of you to New York.
Leader Majority.
Speaker, I think first, Honorable Cecily should withdraw one statement, show us. Show us. Show us not a very good statement. It's not a parliamentary. Because if you say show us, then the next question is how do we show you? But Mr. Speaker, I think on the onset, Honorable Junet, what he's saying is valid, but we must have a report. The House cannot act on, even if the meeting took place in White House. Unless that report is tabled, I don't think whether it's valid. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think Honorable Cecily you should pick, if you feel there are any members, starting with Honorable Junet, which I doubt, opposed to you on the two-third gender, this is the opportunity for them to take them to New York, to CSW, and convince them. Yes. Don't take us those who are convinced. So in fact, this makes Honorable Junet to be added into that list because of that gender. But Mr. Speaker, I think I agree. The CSW is not a gender matter. It's not only for the women. And it's not a woman affair. And I think the women of Kenya and the world, they require their male colleagues, either in the private sector, in legislation, in government, to be convinced. So, and I'm sure you're going to discuss matters of women globally. So I think it's better, even, decency, that if there are 10 women living from the Parliament of Kenya, both the two houses, at least 4 should be male, so that they can help you both during the discussion and even, other times. Men are... No, I'm saying, like Mr. Speaker, I can, there's no telling. It is banned. A Muslim woman cannot go to Mecca without either her husband or her son, or even her closest, maybe her father. I'm not saying we should go that route, but to carry, male companions for even security purpose. Now with the disorder in America and Trump, it's good out of the 8 female legislators, we have 2 leaders, men leaders like Honorable Junet, Honorable Washali, and Mzee Angwenyi. For the father, you should go with the father so that he can advise. So, but Mr. Speaker, I think you should ask Honorable Junet through, and the member cannot be your clerk.
Now, surely, honourable members, do we need to discuss this?
Can I say something, Honourable Speaker?
Honourable Speaker.
Now, the mic.
Honourable Bandi, last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue that Honourable Junet raised, is this a problem? I think is fundamental in the sense that when it comes to discussing gender issues, whether it is for men or for women, I think we need to involve both genders. And Mr. Speaker, even though I didn't hear Honorable Sess mentioning me as one of the people who have been supportive of women issues, because I do, but I think also those who are seen not to be very supportive of women issues, like the MP for Budalangi, should actually be included in such a delegation, so that they get more orientation and they listen more. You convert those who need conversion, who need to be converted. So to me, I am not looking at those male MPs who are supportive of women issues alone, but even those who are opposed. In fact, one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, why the two-thirds gender rule failed is because there are some men who have not come to terms with women leadership. That is why we had a problem here. If most men understood why there was need for the two-thirds gender rule, we would have not had issues with it. So I think it is important that our female colleagues support more of these men who are opposed to gender, to two-thirds gender rule and any other women of issues, to be the ones to go for these trips so that they get more exposure. Because a lot of times, Mr. Speaker, is about exposure. There are some people who still think the way they look things from their village perspective. I remember of a friend of mine who one time we were discussing something and the wife was seated there. And then he says, how can you talk after I've spoken? And you are contradicting me. Then I asked him, why are you responding like that? Then he says, his father could not allow something like that to happen. So this person was still in the mindset of his father, who was very old, actually, Mr. Speaker. His father died, I think, 15 years before that time, and which was about 20 years ago. And his father died at over 8 years. And you see, this person still believes that the way the father was reasoning is the way he should reason. And many are in this house, Mr. Speaker. I have listened to MPs reason here, and you see serious village in them. Even some of us grew in the villages, Mr. Speaker, but we have allowed the village to come a little out of us so that we remain a bit civilized. But majority of us, many of us here, Mr. Speaker, still have refused to accept that. So I want to ask Ses, because as it appears, she's not listening, but Maria seems to be having a lot of power in this thing. I would just request her to make sure that at least 5 members of parliament, if you are 10, let's have 5. If you are 15, like I hear you are 15, let's have, yes, but anyway, if you are making the decision, please carry for me the MP for Budalangi at bare minimum, so that you give him some orientation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't want to, there are quite a number of other issues that are not even very, they don't make this as business. Because one, the Honorable Junet has not even tabled any report. Then among other things, he says that the person who was clerking was a member of the delegation. Now it becomes even more complicated. Now, when the person who was taking notes was also a member of the delegation participating, then it becomes a bit. Then you can't be also the one who was taking notes. At least you should have brought a report from there. But let me just give the general administrative direction of what this conference on the status of women, the direction it has taken in the last few years since we became 2 houses or bicameral, that there are some of the people who travel to attend that conference from the Senate, and there are those that travel from this house. But since it is not a matter that I would want to be too deeply involved in, I have no role in knowing or even selecting which of the members travel. We have given that to the local organization called KEWOPA. And the other departmental committee that is directly involved with those matters being the Committee of Labor. So the Committee of Labor selects or gives us 2 names. Only requirement being, please ensure that as many of them, because even them, they don't seem to understand some of the issues. So they actually also need a lot of training by their colleagues or experience sharing, so that it's not one person that goes year in, year out. But it's only through KEWOPA. Nominations are through KEWOPA, that is the Kenya Women Parliamentarians Association, and the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. So that if Honorable Junet is in that Committee of Labor, then the committee can also nominate him. If his name comes, I have no reason to disallow it. The committee can nominate the Honorable Junet. But I suspect by now that it's already happened. It has already happened. The committee also decided that they wanted only women members of parliament. So, and I suspect also in the Senate, there's a small offshoot of KEWOPA there, I think called KEWOSA or something like that. Some funny, an offshoot. There's an offshoot of KEWOPA called KEWOSA. And then Committee on Labor also there. KEMOPA. Kenya Men. So, but you see, since we have that, the conference on status of women, but I agree with you, the status of women cannot just be a matter for only one gender. The status can be given by even the Honorable TJ Kajwang. He knows the status of women in Kenya. Even the Honorable Jimmy Angwenyi knows the status of women in Kenya. Absolutely. But so, honourable members, let us not discuss it until a report, let's see the report, if at all, if it ever comes. Let's go back to business. The other paper.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of the of time for vetting of nominees to the offices of cabinet and principal secretaries.
Yes, leader majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, relating to the extension of period for consideration of nominees for appointment to public office, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following nominees submitted by His Excellency, the President, for appointment to the office of the Cabinet and the Principal Secretaries by a period of 7 days from 25th February 2020. Roman 1, Cabinet Secretary for Ministries of Health and that of Industrialization, Trade, Enterprise Development. And Roman 2, Principal Secretaries for State Department for Trade, Vocational and Technical Training, Public Service, University Education and Research, Transport and Fiscal Planning. Speaker, the House Business Committee, in its wisdom in its meeting on February 18th, resolved that this motion be moved today. And as our members are aware, this message was sent to the House when we were on recess. And the Speaker read it when we resumed. And the 14 days period under the Act accorded to the House to vet these nominees expire on February 25th, 2020, with the committees expected to table their reports before then. And Mr. Speaker, that means 25th will be on Tuesday. And notice of motions must be given, the reports must be tabled, so the earliest we can debate the reports of the various committees, including that one the Speaker chairs, will be on Wednesday. And the Act says if you don't vet and approve within 14 days, they are deemed to have been approved. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why we are asking for 7 days from the 25th, so that an extension, so that we can finish this matter next week, Thursday or Wednesday. But Mr. Speaker, going forward, and I had an experience over the long holiday with the committees, such committees in the U.S. House, in the Senate and House of Representatives, the Congress, where, we need to bring an amendment to the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act and do two things. One, first extend the 14 days to a month so that Parliament can have enough time to vet individuals. And two, remove this story of that if the House does not vet you by this day, you are deemed to have been approved. I think that doesn't argue well in a developed democracy. Yeah, and it beats the whole point of vetting. If you have to vet and you're told after 14 days, if you don't complete, it's deemed to have been approved, I think the whole essence, the moral question behind, vetting is lost. So I think either a member or the Justice Legal Affairs Committee, or when we receive the Statute Law Amendment Bill, we need now to bring that amendment both to extend to 1 month, from 14 to 1 month, and secondly, also remove that deemed. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and ask, because my colleagues from the other side are not here. No, but let me ask, Honorable Manzo, you're not a member of the House Business Committee. This is a decision taken. Yeah, Honorable Makali is a member of the House Business Committee. I ask him to second.
Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support, to second that motion. And I think the leader has put it very well, Honorable Speaker. That requirement that if you don't approve in 14 days, actually negates the whole process of vetting. So since vetting is a requirement, I think we really need to provide for adequate time so that we are also able to do the necessary ground check. So that we do a thorough job as Parliament. So I second. Thank you.
I therefore propose the question, honour members, including Honourable Sosion. I propose the question. I think Honourable Sosion, you will ask the Honourable TJ Kajwang. He will tell you, he will remind you of the procedure because I think you know it. Even the member for Kangema, it's not that, or the member for Kitutu Church South. Since he's a representative of the House in Kewopa. I propose the question, which is pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, relating to the extension of period for consideration of nominees for appointment to a public office. This House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following nominees submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment to the offices of the Cabinet Secretary and Principal Secretaries by a period of 7 days from 25th of February 2020. 1. Cabinet Secretaries for the Ministries of Health and Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development. And 2. Principal Secretaries for the State Departments for Trade, Vocational and Technical Training, Public Service, University Education and Research, Transport and Physical Planning. I put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 relating to extension of period for consideration of nominees for appointment to a public office, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following nominees submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment to the offices of Cabinets and Principal Secretaries by a period of 7 days from 25th February to 2020. 1. Cabinet Secretaries for the Ministries of Health and Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development. And 2. Principal Secretaries for the State Departments for Trade, Vocational Training and Technical Training, Public Service, University Education and Research, Transport, and Physical Planning. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the T bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, second reading.
Honourable members, this is for information. By the time the House rose yesterday, the member for Geshogo, the Honourable Geshimo, was contributing, and he has a balance of 3 minutes. So if the Honourable Geshimo is in the House, he will make good use of his balance of time. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to further make my contribution in support of the T-bill. Mr. Speaker, I would wish that the board that is yet to be established by the T-bill to look into the following things that will improve the tea sector. First, to delink the production, processing, and marketing so that marketing will be a different entity in the value chain. This is because we have a lot of conflict of interest. The directors that are usually managers or who normally oversee the processing are the same people who also do the marketing. So when there's a problem, Mr. Speaker, you find that they may not be able to actually, they cannot vindicate themselves. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that the board needs to look at is to negotiate the power tariffs for the tea factories, because tea factories are also industries. We have seen power tariffs being dropped or being reduced for the other industries. And this is a public, actually it is a public company. It is not even a private company, and farmers also need to enjoy these power rebates and power tariffs reduction. Mr. Speaker, another thing that the board should do is also not to entertain what we call tea hawking, because this would lead to exploitation of the farmers, and it will also lead to theft of tea leaves. Another thing that should be looked at is subsidized fertilizers, just like it is also happening in coffee sector and for maize. We also need to have the taxes that affect tea. Taxes and levies that affect tea industry are 42 in number. KRA leading with 8 taxes, and also AFA with about 5 levies. Mr. Speaker, the company secretary of KTDA should also not be the company secretary for the 54 factories that form Kenya Tea Development Agency, to avoid conflict of interest and so that they can be able, the company secretary for respective companies can be able to guide the factories themselves. Mr. Speaker, as I end, the directors of the KTDA should also not be directors of the subsidiaries of the KTDA. There's a lot of conflict of interest because they mostly trade with the same company that they represent. Mr. Speaker, I rest my contribution and I beg to support.
Member for Runyenjes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, I would like to state that I represent a constituency that has many small-scale tea growers, and that has 2 tea factories that are very well doing and produce very good tea for local and international market. As I say so, Mr. Speaker, it is good that I confirm to you I am also a small-scale tea farmer. But the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that most of our farmers do not earn good returns for so much work that they do. So I welcome this idea of establishing a tea board of Kenya that will oversee the operations of tea sector in our country. Mr. Speaker, if you talk to the many tea farmers we have in our country, especially the small scale, we have around 700 of them, they will tell you that there is a problem at the way leaders or directors are elected in our factories, and that we have many requirements that do not give an opportunity for the best people to be in charge of the operations of tea in many factories. Mr. Speaker, for instance, there are requirements like if you want to be a director, you must have a certain number of kilograms. And you find that, Mr. Speaker, some people are not very lucky to have huge tracts of land, and therefore they cannot produce as many kilograms as others. So having a requirement that for you to stand for elections as a director, you must have, let's say, 5,000 kilograms of tea, it is a requirement that does not give everybody a chance, including those that are very able to make contributions, or rather to provide leadership that is so much needed in the tea sector. Mr. Speaker, as we support the establishment of the Tea Board of Kenya, it is good that we also note that our farmers would like a situation whereby one farmer, or rather one man, has one vote, as opposed to the current situation, whereby some farmers have more stake in the voting process that is not actually so open, because Currently, one farmer has an opportunity to vote in advance and has more shares, and so does not give those farmers, those other farmers, an opportunity to vote for the leaders that they want. So we would like a situation whereby one farmer has one vote as opposed to one farmer having many stakes that will generate leaders that are not needed to lead our factories. So I support the idea of establishing Tea Board of Kenya, but at the same time indicate to you, Mr. Speaker, that the tea farmer is one of the most taxed farmer in the country. We have as many as 36 forms of taxes and other charges that are pushed down to the farmer. And the farmer is left without so much income. So I support this idea, but request the board that will be established to look into all these issues to do with taxes and these regulations, so that in the end we can have our small-scale farmers getting more from what they do. The tea crop, Mr. Speaker, is not like any other ordinary crop. It takes a long time to mature. It takes up to around 15 years to 20 years to mature. So a farmer who has made a decision to go into tea farming needs to be protected by the government so that they do not lose their land by farming a crop that is not giving them good returns. So with those remarks, I support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for West Mogirango.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also contribute to the tea bill, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in Kenya today, tea is managed by the Kenya Tea Development Agency, which is basically a private entity that is managing 69 factories in the Republic of Kenya in 21 counties which are tea growing areas in the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, tea alone is the greatest agricultural practice that earns this country quite a huge sums of money in terms of earnings. However, Honorable Speaker, it is a fact that this sector has been mismanaged. And the farmers all over in the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, are crying because they are not getting the correct output which they should get, Honorable Speaker. As years goes by, Honorable Speaker, the tea sector is getting worse year in, year out, despite the farmers trying to maintain the same and others trying even to increase acreage in terms of farming. However, in the last 2 or 3 years back, Honorable Speaker, and if I can particularly talk of the count of Nyamira, where I come from, and which is a tea growing area, and more particularly West Mugirango, where I come from, last year itself, Honorable Speaker, the farmers were really frustrated to the point that most of them uprooted tea and instead said they can do other agricultural activities like planting maize. This was, Honorable Speaker, necessitated by the poor earning in terms of what they get at the end of the year. They go to their land, they do farming, but when they get money at the end of the year, Honorable Speaker, is unable to sustain even what they've been doing. Honorable Speaker, I'm quite sure that this matter can be resolved if we all put our heads together. And I want to thank the Honorable Member, Senator Cheruiyot, who has brought this bill, because looking at it, Honorable Speaker, I'm quite confident that it will address some, although not all issues or problems that are affecting the tea sector in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. The major problem in the sector, Honorable Speaker, going by record, is the voting system that is being used more particularly in the tea factories across the country, Honorable Speaker. I could propose that, Honorable Speaker, we should have 1 vote, 1 man, 1 shilling, as against what we are experiencing now, in that for a member to qualify to run for a member of a tea factory must have a certain number of shares. Most people, Honorable Speaker, they do not have enough land to plant tea so that they can have enough shares to run for the position of a member of the board in the factory level. But they have the capacity and the capabilities to lead. So if this one is changed, the quota system, Honorable Speaker, is avoided, I'm quite sure that we can be able to get good leaders who can be able to steer our factories ahead, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is also exploitation by the tea brokers in this Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the brokers, Honorable Speaker, vis-a-vis you look at the farmers, it's quite different. Honorable Speaker, the brokers are smart and they have money, despite the fact that they do not go to their lands to pluck tea, and also they only rely on what is called the brokerage services, in which they sell the tea as middlemen. Honorable Speaker, I've been able to look at the pillars proposed, and I've seen that the authority that has been suggested here in the bill is an important aspect, Honorable Speaker, in that the authority will have other powers, or will have various functions, among them, Honorable Speaker, to regulate, develop, and promote the tea industry, which is key, Honorable Speaker. Above that, it will also have the function, Honorable Speaker, of licensing the tea dealers and the processors, which will now regulate, and I'm quite convinced that once we enact this bill into law, then we will have the authority scrutinizing and seriously vetting those people who will deal with tea. It will also license the tea brokers who are not licensed, the current, Honorable Speaker, and through that, we will hope, or I do hope, that it will also vet these tea brokers, because most of the problems, they also arise from the tea brokers who market the tea, and much or huge sums of money go to them. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member who has brought this bill, and from the onset, let me say that I support the bill, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this bill, the tea bill, Senate bill. I must admit I don't come from a tea growing area, but I know the passing or the enactment of this particular act or bill will set a precedence that will have to be copied by other similar crops in the country. And I would support, obviously, with a bit of care to caution some areas here and there. But before we get to that particular point, it is important to appreciate the importance of tea as a foreign exchange earner for this country. We must appreciate from the onset that tea is an important employer in this country, dotting all over the country and not restricted to one region alone. We must also admit where we come from. Tea is an integral part of our culture, so obviously anything to do with the tea becomes an important aspect of discussion. However, we must also appreciate that probably we started having trouble concerning tea much earlier. Even the enactment of the Crop Act of number 16 of 2013 found when we already had problems in the tea sector. Probably even the enactment of the Culture and Food Authority Act number 13 of 2013 could have literally excavated the problems or magnified the problems that we had or that were affecting the tea sector. Nevertheless, there must have been a good reason why they repealed all the acts, including the Tea Act Cap 343, to come up with one act or to act to consolidate all the activities concerning the cultural sector. However, it is becoming apparent that AFA was given too much than it can handle. We created a behemoth that could not be possible to manage all the aspects of the cultural sector. It happened at a time what we required more was a more focused approach or a more focused management of the cultural sector instead of creating a giant that did not have the teeth and the strength and the financial capacity and human capacity to manage. We are aware that they created a tea directorate, just as they have created other directorates, but it would seem the directors do not have the capacity and the energy or the wherewithal to manage the tea sector. On that score, therefore, it is probably important that we reconsider the particular aspects or issues that informed the collapsing of the various agencies to form one in 2013. Because from experience, we have done badly. That's the truth of the matter. As we stand now, wherever you walk, wherever you travel, wherever you interact with the tea growing areas, they have got very many complaints of poor returns, lack of support, and general a sense of neglect. The tea directorate at AFA has not done any service to this country. However, we must appreciate that starting with this particular bill, we set a precedence. We open a Pandora box that so many other crops, the scheduled crops under first schedule of the Crop Act, we are going to demand that we have a separate act of parliament or a separate legal framework to manage the affairs of that particular crop. As we legislate, as members of parliament, whether in the National Assembly or the Senate, we must put that in our mind that coffee will require a separate act of parliament. Cotton, which is now becoming a key anchor to the textile and big four agenda, will also require its own separate act of parliament. So the question we must ask, is the country ready to go back to pre-2019, where each particular crop had its own development agency, had its own board, and the rest of the things? Those are the questions we must ask ourselves. Otherwise, then, we are legislating, we are entering into uncharted territory that might have to we might have to look at the cultural policy as a whole. I totally agree that KTDA has generally killed the tea sector in this country. One agency, a marketing agency, cannot have almost 8 or 9 subsidiaries that do not seem to be very clear in this mandate on how they're helping the common mwananchi, who is a tea farmer, who depends on the returns from tea to sustain him or herself. It might therefore important that as we make this legislation, probably might have to go back and look at Section 3 of the AFA Act, also look at Section 4 of the AFA Act that lumps all the functions of regulating, production, processing, marketing in one organ without separating. Looking at the particular act, Your Honorable Speaker, I must say it was a good, a positive move, but the act seems to be fairly shallow. The bill as designed or as passed in Senate is fairly shallow. The most disappointing aspect of the bill that the farmer whom we are seeking to protect has nothing in this bill in terms of positive measures to protect the interests of the farmers. I hope and believe the Committee of Agriculture will have a chance to consider this bill subject to public participation so that we enrich it considerably so that in the end it's the farmer that we are most interested in. The tea factory have their own agency, but the farmer has been left at the mercy of the brokers, has been left at the mercy of KTDA, and they have nowhere to turn to. We hope the T-board that is proposed will be given enough teeth, enough mandate, and adequately resourced in terms of finance, human capacity, and political goodwill to enable it protect the interest of the farmers. On our own, we are keenly watching the passage of this act. Once it's up and running, we, the cotton farmers, will also come and see what we can do, because the Fiber Directorate at AFA has done nothing for us as people who grow cotton, yet we are very aware that the government of Kenya has invested heavily into Rivertex. It is a shame that out of all the material, and Rivertex currently is only operating about 30% capacity of its capacity, it's only 10% of the raw material that's generated within this country. The rest of 90% has to be imported, yet we have got 24 counties in this country that have got the capacity to provide enough cotton to run Rivertex and all other private textile industries or concerns in this country. We therefore call upon AFA to really take their mandate seriously, and if they think the organization is too big, probably it's important that the leadership of that organization looks at pragmatic ways of ensuring they deliver on their mandate. With those few remarks, I support the bill, but it requires major review and enrichment to make it useful to the affected persons. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Oundo, I hear you saying that it is time to unbundle the AFA Act and go back to the individual acts that govern the different crops in this country. We shall have contribution from the Honorable Kimunya Muhinga, member for Kipipiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hear the members from areas that have tea as a predominant crop, and I sympathize with the issues they've gone through and the farmers are going through. But when I look at this bill, I see nothing in this bill that will solve those problems. So allow me to actually oppose the bill. And I'm doing that because we may be using the wrong instrument to solve the problem of the farmer. I hear concerns about the role that KTDA is playing in terms of sorting out or messing up with the farmers' issues. But this bill cannot legislate against KTDA, which is a private company. The most it will do is creating a regulator. It's just moving the regulatory powers from the Agricultural and Food Authority to an independent regulator, which is exactly what we had before 2012. And there was a regulator for every crop. And each of those regulators then had a board of directors, had an institution, had a chief executive, and costs. And all those costs were being passed to the farmer through cess, because they had to be maintained. And it's not to the farmer, to the Kenyan public. In the wisdom of the then government, all those were collapsed to create one Agricultural and Food Authority. In fact, it was even complete with livestock, but livestock was then kind of removed because it was necessary to issue issues of livestock and crops to be separated. Now, if the agricultural and the tea department within the Agricultural and Food Authority has failed to regulate, a tea board will carry the same inefficiencies as the department is doing. The regulator is the same. The composition of the members of the board is still the same. It's still the permanent secretary for agriculture, who is in the AFA, who will also be in the tea board. So, Mr. Speaker, if we want to solve the problem, we need to look for a solution outside a tea bill. We need to look at the way of regulating, and it's not just for tea, even all the other crops. Because now when I listen to my dear friend, the Honorable Oundo there, he seemed to suggest because cotton is also having a problem, we should also have the Cotton Board of Kenya. Coffee also have the Coffee Board of Kenya, Potato Board of Kenya, Cabbage Board of Kenya, Carrot Board of Kenya, right? Yeah? We will have a board for every crop that is having a problem, right? Avocado board, quail board, yeah? So we end up with all those things, and it does not add up good for this country. It does not enhance efficiency. It actually creates a bloated situation where the only person who will be most popular is the Minister for Agriculture, because he can appoint all his friends into all those boards, as was happening before. And that's how they became inefficient. So, Mr. Speaker, when you now look at all these things, I would ask that perhaps the Committee for Agriculture, and I look at the report, it's not exactly providing the solution the farmer wants. We actually need to get some better solution for how can we enhance the issue of regulation? How can KTDA be brought to account by the Agricultural and Food Authority so that it does not exploit farmers? How can the carrot brokers be brought to account so they don't exploit the farmers in Kinango? And like with the same problem we've been having with potatoes being sold in those large sacks. But we have not, the solution has been provided by just limiting the weight, yeah, the packaging, rather than creating a potato board. So, Mr. Speaker, I think given the cash constraints we are having, the budgetary constraints, you can even see, even with this bill, there is no provision for support by the Treasury. The board will have to raise its money from the farmers. The same farmers who are claiming that they have reduced incomes from the market. Now, if that is the case, are we helping the farmer or burdening them further by creating a bureaucracy that they will support and is not guaranteed to do anything better than already is being done by the department? Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to flash out those issues because, yes, we know there's a problem. We know there should be solutions. But that solution, in my own view, may not lie in the creation of another or moving one bureaucracy from a department and elevating it to a full-blown board. You just multiply the cost like tenfold, and that cost has to be paid for by somebody. So let's sit down and look for a solution for the farmer and all the farmers across, but certainly not. I'm also worried, and I think, like I said, all this proliferation of these boards, that if we pass this act, it will open up a Pandora's box for the agitation of a board for every crop. And we end up exactly where we were before we reformed. So we cannot be doing reforms one time as Parliament, which was passed in 2012, in the wisdom of this Parliament, and then all of a sudden we then reopen and pass a whole new law that creates dysfunctional bodies when circumstances could be handled slightly differently. Mr. Speaker, regardless of whether my views are taken by other members on this, I also want to bring the attention of the House to a provision within Article 26 of this bill. And it's something I've never seen in any other bill. But it says that at least 3 months, this T-board, this new T-board, will prepare some annual estimates, their budget. But very surprisingly, at 26.3, it says that annual estimates prepared by the board under subsection 2 shall be submitted to the Cabinet Secretary for tabling in Parliament. Now, when did you ever see a parastatal tabling, having their accounts tabled in this House? You can now see the grand thinking of this new T-board. It's something that at par with the judiciary, at par with the Parliament, at par with the rest of the bodies, so that the accounts will be tabled here. I don't even know, because they're not being financed from the private checker, from the exchequer. So it's a poorly drafted bill. It just cuts and copies what was there before, but now creates some other issues. And I believe that our technical staff will help in editing, at least, to remove this provision which doesn't make sense to anyone, and which actually even if they are tabled here, what do we do with them? Estimates of a parastatal. We can't, it's not for us to approve, it's not us to finance, but it just shows you the thinking behind the drafting, that there was some, either in a rush, some things were not done right. So that 26.3 ought to be, I would suggest that be removed. And obviously, Mr. Speaker, like I said, I sympathize with the farmers. I sympathize with members of parliament in the tea growing areas. But this problem is not unique to tea. It's unique to every crop in this country. It's the same problems we are having with milk. Yeah? With milk farmers in Nyandarua having to pour their milk and dogs running away when they see the cows coming in for milking because they know they'll be forced to drink the milk. So it's a wider issue of the reforms within the agricultural sector, and let's not do them from a micro position, from looking for small solutions surrounding each crop. Let's look for the bigger picture of how do we reform agriculture across Kenya. First of all, taking note that the agriculture is a dual function. And hence, what is each of the governors doing? I know they got their big, entourages moving around. But what are they doing crop-specific in their areas where crops are specific to certain areas to ensure the farmer gets their fair share of income and a reward for their labor through pricing, through better marketing, value process, value addition, and all those things. But creating a tea board of Kenya will just complicate matters. We'll just obviously open up for all the other crops to agitate for the same. And you're going to have conflicts with the Council of Governors, conflicts with the governors, and at the end of it all, the farmer will be no better. In fact, they'll be worse off because they'll have to pay for all these bodies through cesses and all that. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case, and I really urge the Committee on Agriculture to guide us on perhaps what else we need to do, but not certainly creating new bodies. Thank you.
Very well, the Honorable Kimunya. Of course, you must be alive to the fact that this House has the mandate to make laws, amend laws, repeal laws, relook at laws as many times as it desires. So this is a proposed act that is well within the mandate of this House. The Honorable Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on this important piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I used to be in the Committee of Agriculture in last Parliament, and one time there was a very big problem with the KTDA and the tea farmers in Meru. And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kareke Biuki, Honorable Kathuri, and the now Governor of Tharaka Nithi Mudhomi took us to that region, and we went to meet the farmers for 3-4 days, Mr. Speaker, and they were very much willing to cut down all the tea bushes because they were of no more help to them, and the Parliament did its best in those circumstances, Mr. Speaker, to help the farmers, but the situation has not been solved up to today. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the proposed section 35 of the transitional provisions, Mr. Speaker, it's so clear. It says that all rights, obligations, and contracts which immediately before the coming of operation of this act were vested in or improved in agriculture, food authority with respect to tea sector shall by virtue of this section be deemed to be the rights, obligations, and contracts of the board as the case may be. And this particular section and the ones which follow on transition seems to be taking away from AFA, which is an act of parliament which is not going to be or repealed by this proposed bill. If everyone now is going to act this sort of precedence, when we have this sort of precedence and we have a Pandora's box open, and everybody rushes to have their own board, Mr. Speaker, then AFA is dead. And therefore, we need to relook again what could be wrong with the AFA. Is it overloaded? Is it cartels? Is it lack of proper supervision? Or exactly, Mr. Speaker, what is the problem? I don't think the problem be addressed of the farmer has been sorted out in this proposal of act. The farmer is not on board in this act. And for that particular reason, who are you legislating for then? If you are not legislating for the farmer, if you are not sorting the problem of the farmer. So on that basis, and unless we improve this act during the third reading, then this proposed bill must fail, Mr. Speaker. It has not addressed the farmer at all. And if we are to help the farmer, then we need to bring the farmer on board. And one way of bringing the farmer on board, it must be one farmer, one vote. we must come up with a law which deals with the agencies, and KTDA is already a legal body within the framework of legal provisions, of the Companies Act. It still exists, and you cannot wind it up unless its membership so decides, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be through legislation. And therefore, although there is a good move by the great senator who proposed this law, we have still not solved the problem of the farmer. And if we are not legislating for the farmer, then, Mr. Speaker, we have not done much. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, then at the third reading, we have to come up with proposals led by the Committee of Agriculture and any other member from the tea growing areas who understand the issues, so that we don't pass an act, Mr. Speaker. It goes to the President for assent, and it comes back here with the recommendations that it should be deleted, as it has happened in the past, because it contradicts and contravenes already existing acts of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at other provisions in this, like the one just been read by the Honorable Kimunya, among others, you will find that they are contradictory to already existing law. And I'm happy the chair of the Agriculture Committee is here, and I can see quite a number of members. And I believe you stand for the farmer, and you will be able to do something for the farmer when it comes to third reading, Mr. Speaker. While I was in the Committee of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, we went to the tea auctions when there were issues in Mombasa. There is a lot of activity which involves the tea business. Mr. Speaker, we've got even testers, and we've got the quality and the different qualities and the different prices, and this tea is even eventually auctioned. There's an auctioning process, and at times it becomes very tricky, even for the brokers and the farmers to make money out of tea, which is a very expensive plant or crop to manage in terms of taking care of it to get desired results. And there are even labor issues involving tea. There is mechanization issues. So it means the moment we begin dealing with the tea, let's deal with the tea in totality. Let's find out where has the AFA Act failed, so that that can be amended and rectified. If not so, let's find out a universal way of sorting out this matter once and for all. But, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the grassroots, if you go to the people, if you go to the farmers, Mr. Speaker, the story is very different from what this Senate bill, the Tea Bill 2018 is proposing to cure. I don't think the mischief, because one reason we legislate is to deal with the mischief, is to cure the problem through that legislation for the people. And if as a House we are not meeting that standard, Mr. Speaker, I think we'll be failing in our duty, although laws can be brought in time, and it is the members who will vote, Mr. Speaker. It's the members who will improve, Mr. Speaker, and they can still cause more amendments in future. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the other provisions of this, we are creating a board, a new authority, which definitely will need in its initial stages to have a budget from the main budgetary provisions. It means at some point farmers will have to raise money for this particular board. It means all manner of activities as it is provided, Mr. Speaker. And in my own opinion, I think that we are now going back to the principle, to what we were trying to avoid when AFA was being made. And Mr. Speaker, when AFA was made, this House and the Committee of Agriculture, which I was a member then, was really pushed by the executive because a problem needed to be sorted that particular time. And part of it was to save, through reduced boards and through a centralized system. I've had an opportunity to interact with the AFA officials currently while dealing with the coffee, and they have burdened, Mr. Speaker, even by the crop of the coffee crop alone. And you find that when it comes to sugar and every other crop, there is a serious challenge, Mr. Speaker. So we have not yet scratched the surface of dealing with the crops in this country, Mr. Speaker, and I believe really this bill as presented, Mr. Speaker, I oppose it, unless at the third reading we improve it and we put our minds together and come up with a better bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Manzo, yesterday I heard a member say after the session that AFA means Mkulima AFA. The Honorable Paul Mwirigi, you have an opportunity now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to put my voice, my independent voice, onto this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the first place, I want to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because this bill, the tea bill, or the tea bill, or the tea board of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, will assist a lot the farmers of tea, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with this thing of all the bond, Mr. Speaker, which were brought together to make AFA. AFA, Mr. Speaker, is not that sensitive or that effective in matters tea, Mr. Speaker, because they were overburdened. So dealing with tea or dealing with the other crop, Mr. Speaker, we had a problem there. But when we will be having this bond, Mr. Speaker, it will help to channel the challenges and the woes of the farmers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the constituency which I represent in this house, they are the tea farmers. Most of the, or the vast area of the constituency, Mr. Speaker, most people there are farmers. And these farmers, Mr. Speaker, considering last year bonus when they were paid, Mr. Speaker, all the farmers were crying of poor payment, poor representation, Mr. Speaker, and the subsidy of the fertilizer which they normally receive, Mr. Speaker. Whereby you see the input, comparing the input with the output, Mr. Speaker, the farmer is operating at a loss, Mr. Speaker. So it is a high time we strengthen this bond which is being created, Mr. Speaker, so that it can have power, because that is something which is bringing the problem, whereby these, the bond, some of our members see as if this board will not be having the mandate or the power which will push also the KTDA, Mr. Speaker, because the KTDA is an independent body which has excluded itself from the, and it has just linked their own way of working, Mr. Speaker, whereby they are working at a disadvantage of a farmer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like an auction which is done at Mombasa, this is something which will at least be automated. The automation of the auction when the pricing are being being given by the buyers, Mr. Speaker, so that the farmers from where they are in this country, Mr. Speaker, they can know their price of their product, how that kilo within that period of month, Mr. Speaker, is being bought, Mr. Speaker, there. Then something else the government of this country should promote the tea consumption, because we are not supposed only to rely with the only exporting of the tea outside there. But the government should get a way of introducing a tea consumption day, whereby like a country like Sri Lanka, Mr. Speaker, because Sri Lanka produces a lot of tea, but the internal consumption, Mr. Speaker, is eminent there. So even here in this country, Mr. Speaker, the government should concentrate whereby it should put a day whereby that day should be called tea consumption day, or a tea day, whereby all Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, are encouraged to take their own product, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, manufacturing cost, Mr. Speaker, is at a higher level or a higher cost, Mr. Speaker, which contribute also to disadvantage to farmer, Mr. Speaker, whereby a farmer contributes a lot in the manufacturing, manufacturing cost, Mr. Speaker. If factories also could be allowed, Mr. Speaker, to produce their own power, and also the government at least to chip in so that the cost of the manufacturing, Mr. Speaker, could go down, the farmer would enjoy the income or what he is getting from the tea which he had harvested, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, as the government is giving some fund to some crops, for example, Mr. Speaker, for subsidy, Mr. Speaker, also for the farmers of tea, Mr. Speaker, the government should improvise a way whereby they provide some cash or they subsidize the fertilizer so that a farmer can get that fertilizer at a very low cost, so that he cannot or he or she cannot incur a lot of expense during production, Mr. Speaker. Because a farmer normally pays tea plucker, and even the person who takes that tea to a tea buying center, Mr. Speaker, and even ensuring, the person who ensures that tea is taken to factory, Mr. Speaker, that person consumes from the tea farmer. But when when fertilizer is subsidized, Mr. Speaker, the farmer will get some money for upkeep and even to educate his or children, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this country, agriculture is the main or the backbone income earner of this country. And it is the high time for the government to concentrate to agriculture. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, a farmer of tea, every end of year, they expect bonus. And when that farmer is expecting bonus, Mr. Speaker, he or she is expecting to be paying a lot of money because he has children to care for, and therefore he knows that the harvest, what he has harvested, Mr. Speaker, he is expecting something which will upkeep him or her, Mr. Speaker. So it is good for the government also to give an equalization fund whereby a farmer can predict the payment when the money or when the bonus is being paid. A farmer can predict the level or the money, the amount of money which can be paid during that period of year, Mr. Speaker, as far as bonus is concerned. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, in matters marketing of tea, Mr. Speaker, this is another section where the government is failing, Mr. Speaker, because the farmers, they have specific, or the factories has the specific countries where they sell their own tea. But some of the countries, Mr. Speaker, they have political instability. So it is good for the government also to be sourcing for new market for the farmers so that farmers can have somewhere or they can have alternative market to put or to sell their tea. Then the government should ensure that they have eradicated cartels, because the cartels, Mr. Speaker, are the ones who are messing up the farmers, Mr. Speaker. And when this will be done, Mr. Speaker, the farmers will enjoy the earning of the harvest, Mr. Speaker. With that, I beg to support. Thank you.
Honorable members, I would like to urge members to just relax. Everybody who has keyed in will have an opportunity to speak. The next member on my list here is the Honorable Kibiwot, mainly member for Tindred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. However, with amendments. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very timely. It is timely because agriculture, tea, like the whole of agriculture sector, is actually facing a lot of problems. And I want to say that in the 60s and 70s, and even partly of 80s, the tea subsector, coffee included, and sugar, formed the part of what we call the blue chip industries in this country. It was then that most Kenyan families depended on tea, coffee, sugarcane, and even cotton by then. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is very timely because for it to be introduced here, the tea subsector, as we speak now, is facing serious problems. It needs a body that has to oversee it and ensure that it is well regulated. The heydays of tea, Mr. Speaker, of the 60s, 70s, and 80s were as a result of very good management and very good regulations by the Tea Board of Kenya. We remember those days with a lot of nostalgia. The days when farmers were able to buy brand new cars, days when a lot of workers were able to get good salaries from our tea factories, days when businesses flourished within the presence of tea growing areas of Kericho, Nandi, Limuru, and even the central part of Kenya. There were days, Mr. Speaker, that even the common Kenyan, the economy relied heavily, the foreign exchange relied heavily on tea. Why we really need this act, Mr. Speaker, is that without it, the whole sector has been controlled by cartels. Cartels who, for once, are now not even taking into consideration quality. Cartels who themselves are able to sell tea, yet they are not growers. Cartels who don't mind to get 3 times the price, 3 times they would earn 3 times from tea, yet the farmer earns a paltry. The farmer remains a slave. The farmer remains with nothing. He can't even buy food. He can't even pay school fees. The farmer himself is actually supposed to only give labor with nothing to receive in return. So when I look at this particular bill, especially the establishment of the board itself, let's look, Mr. Speaker, at AFA. AFA, yes, came up as a result of an organizational problem, a problem which I think the Minister of Agriculture wanted to solve on how to manage so many bodies within the agricultural sector, especially on so many parastatals. But in so doing, in trying to solve that, to bring pyrethrum, tea, sugar, cotton, and all the others under one body, Agriculture Food Authority, they forgot to give the synergy, to give the attention to the respective crops. As we speak today, coffee, tea, cotton, and all the others are actually on deathbed. And we are talking about lack of employment in this country. We are talking of the economy is not doing well. We are talking of trying to spur up growth. And then we are not getting the right thing. Mr. Speaker, when you look at, the tea subsector, KTDA grew from a government authority, an authority which was actually a government parastatal. It was taken over by farmers, and lately it is taken over by cartels. Who will decide the prices of tea at their whims? I do remember tea testing is never scientific. Tea testing is just done by one officer or one individual who is just told this tea tastes better, the other one is not good, tasting good. Mr. Speaker, this particular act tries to make sure that the Kenya Tea Research Foundation is actually entrenched. It is actually made to work well so that the sector will now allow all the factories, all the farmers to play a role in one, marketing, in one, arriving at the prices, and even in the auctions. Today we have tea farms in Nandi, tea farms in all parts of this country, Limuru and even every other part of the country. But we do the auction in Mombasa. The farmer doesn't know the process. The farmer is not even aware as to how you arrived at that particular price. So if we are going to bring back the Tea Board of Kenya, first of all, it is going to regulate the so many dependents on the route between the farm and the market. Two, it will also ensure that every factory that is within a growing zone is responsible for its sales. As we speak now, we have the auction, the East African auction in Mombasa, where even our tea is blended with other foreign teas. And when you do so, you even lose the quality, because the cartel or the businessman doesn't care much about what the farmer will get. They care about themselves. I want to say that in the 70s and 80s, the founding fathers of the nation really had a foresight. And I think we are to blame ourselves as leaders and as the present, even the succeeding governments, because they deliberately oversighted the making agriculture to go down. I can cite a number of examples, Mr. Speaker. Apart from that, AFA has a sugar directorate, which removed sugar levy, has a directorate which is supposed to oversee the importation of sugar by the several sugar mills. They have flooded the market. I come from a sugar growing zone. I've seen very rich farmers, very able individuals rendered very poor. And it's as a result of the Ministry of Agriculture, the various government agencies failing to take up their role and to ensure that the farmer is protected. Mr. Speaker, this bill needs to be enhanced. It needs to be enhanced in such a way that when you look at the tea board, and even the Crops Act, when they are read together, you'll realize that each crop is given the necessary attention by the agency or the board that oversees it. The various boards that are going to oversee it, not only tea itself, even the coffee, even maize, even wheat, all these other bodies, all these other crops, Mr. Speaker, have actually failed because of poor management. Right now, we are becoming a net importing country, a country that imports almost everything. This country relies a lot on importation. Even the coffee, the cotton, the clothes are being imported, yet we can have the cotton ginneries, the mills to make it for our people. So, Mr. Speaker, in effect, I support the bill. I'm making proposals or amendments to it so that we can have a tea sector that is very prosperous and supportive of our citizens and supportive of our nation and spurring the growth of our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Meli, do you remember tea qualities PF1, PF2, PF3, PF4? Good. The Honorable Gunjiri, member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the very onset, I have read this bill, and initially I was torn between whether to support it or not to support it. And before I take my position, I want to explain something. Mr. Speaker, I have grown up, I'm a product of tea. I was educated through tea payments from when I was a very young person. I have picked tea myself. My dad still runs a small tea farm.
Just hold on, the Honorable Ngujere. The Honorable Nyenze, I hope you're not leaving. You are next on my list. Just hold on, hold your peace for a few minutes. Proceed, the Honorable Wambu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that as I read through this bill, the thing that confuses me a bit when I think through the various aspects of it. For example, I read about how the board will be formed. I read about how the board will function. And I keep asking myself, who are we making this tea bill for? Mr. Speaker, as a country, we get stuck a lot on what the country is doing, how the country is doing, how the sector is doing. And I keep asking myself, yes, the sector could be doing well. Yes, we could be the leading exporter of tea. Yes, our tea is one of the best in the world. But how is the farmer doing? And I think, Mr. Speaker, when all is said and done in this house, the person we need to be thinking about, the person we need to be worried about the most is the farmer. Mr. Speaker, I will support this bill, but I will support it on condition that we will make certain amendments to it. For example, when we come to discuss the formation of the board, I would like to see a farmer sit on that board on no other qualification but the fact that he is a farmer, a tea farmer. Because if you're going to have a conversation about somebody's crop, please have him on board. Please have him around the table. Sometimes I have seen that one of the qualifications for being chairman is that you have to have a degree, or is it a master's? And I'm asking myself, okay, how many tea farmers do I actually know at this moment in time who can qualify for that? And why are we assuming that you need to have a master's to discuss tea issues when some people have been growing this crop for decades and have done a good job? Why aren't we thinking about these people? Mr. Speaker, we are talking about liberalizing the market. But again, I ask myself, we are liberalizing it for who? We have brokers, and we have talked about brokers, we've talked about cartels. We keep talking about cartels until somebody once asked, who are cartels? Cartels are most probably people. For all you know, there could be people who sit in this house. Mr. Speaker, we need to go back to the fundamentals of agriculture. And I have had complaints of people saying, if we do a tea bill, then we're going to have to do a coffee bill. I have a lot of farmers of coffee in Nyeri Town. We're going to have to do a cotton bill. Mr. Speaker, if that is what is going to take to sort out agriculture and make the farmer make money, then let's do it. If we are making money, if the farmer is making money because we have a tea authority and we have a coffee authority and we have a cotton authority, then let us get it done. Because the reason we are here is to stand for the interests of the farmer. If we are not standing for the interests of the farmer, then we are part of the problem because we are actually representing the interests of the brokers in between. These cartels we talk about, whether the cartel is the exporter, whether the cartel is a factory, whether the cartel is a marketer, whether the cartel is a processor, all those cartels are taken away from the farmer. The worst part of it is, and the unfortunate bit of it is, if the farmer did not exist, none of these people would exist. The only reason they exist is because somebody made an independent decision, because nobody told my dad to plant tea. He made that decision himself. He looked for the seedlings himself. He took care of them himself. He moved them to the farm himself. He's taken care of them himself for over 20 years. He has never been supported by government. But the minute he harvests his tea, we get in there and start telling him what is going to happen to that tea. We tell him he cannot mill it, he cannot crush his tea, he cannot do things to that tea that he produced. And then you compare that farmer with the person who decided to plant maize. Same independent decision. Or the person who decided to plant cotton, or the person who decided to plant pyrethrum, or the person who decided to plant flowers. Same decision. But we as government are not interfering with his business. Why do we feel this overbearing need to get involved in the lives of certain farmers who do coffee, who do tea? Why don't we liberalize the market to the benefit of the farmer? Let us stop talking about a sector. A sector doesn't exist if the farmer doesn't exist. If we are going to, in fact, personally, I support the tea bill because it is a tea bill. I want us to change nearly everything else that is inside the tea bill. I want us to change how we form the board. I want us to change the functions of the board. I want us to change how we incorporate. I want us to move away from just thinking about an authority that thinks about how to invest money in itself. I want us to think about an authority that is thinking about how to put money in the pockets of the farmer in Nyeri, in Kericho. Because if that is not what we are doing as a house, we are failing those people who put us here. Mr. Speaker, I want to re-emphasize that if we are going to talk about agriculture, the person we need to talk about is a person who wakes up in the morning and goes to the farm and takes care of that product. Everybody else depends on that person to make money. Those who sell tea in Mombasa would not be able to sell tea in Mombasa if farmers were not growing that tea where they grow it. So, as I think about this bill, the thing that makes me say that I support this bill is that because it gives us an opportunity to actually have a conversation. And then also, we don't actually have another bill before us to compare with. So I will support this bill. And I will support it because it allows us to have a discussion about how we treat tea farmers. It allows us to have a discussion about how we treat coffee farmers, because the same problem we are seeing in tea is the same problem you will find in coffee, is the same problem you're going to find in milk, is the same problem you're going to find in horticulture. So, Mr. Speaker, as we think about this bill, let us create something that we can replicate. There's no need of having to do this thought process every time we have a problem with a farm product. If we can create a bill that is going to put money in the hands and the pockets of the tea farmer, I suspect the same process, the same kind of bill, the same kind of thinking is going to put money in the pockets of the sugar farmer, for example. It's going to put money in the pockets of the dairy farmer or the beef farmer. I think we need to expand our thinking a bit as a house and not just get caught up in thinking about just this, because when we are, as I say, the problem I'm seeing is that we are thinking about a sector rather than about a farmer. We're not thinking about the guy who actually makes this sector work. In fact, sometimes I ask myself, I have had a lot of my colleagues talk about how much money tea makes for the country. It's a good thing. But then I ask myself how much of that money actually comes back to the farmer. How much gets stuck in taxes? Do we need to think about the tax regime that we put on tea? Do we need to encourage, as my brother Getobu said, do we need to encourage people to actually take a lot more tea in here? Because the countries that have made money on their products do a lot of domestic consumption first. Do we need to stop thinking about producing tea for export and think about producing tea for sale here because we are making money here? Do we need to allow the farmer to do whatever he wants to do with his tea? The same way we need to allow the farmer to do whatever he needs to do with his coffee. I suggested that once and I was told that no, we are going to reduce the value and the quality of our tea in the international market. And I tell myself, we sell flowers. The the people who sell flowers have to manage the quality of their flowers based on what the market demands. Why don't we allow the farmer to do the same thing? So, Mr. Speaker, I reluctantly support the bill with the intention of bringing amendments when it comes to committee stage. I thank you.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Ambugu, and I'm sure you'll be in the forefront of cleaning up this very important bill. The Honorable Nyenze, you now have an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also contribute to this bill from the Senate. Let me start by congratulating the Senator Cheriot for coming up with this bill, which would actually help us benchmark with other farm products. If we come up with a good act, then it will help us also sort problems, which are so many from the agriculture sector, especially from the farm produce. I come from a region where we do not grow tea, but with the current climate change, if it continues the same way, I think with time we'll also be growing tea, if what we have is something to go by. We are also consumers very good consumers of the tea. Kenya is the biggest tea exporter in the world due to its premium black variety. Actually, in 2016 alone, we produced and supplied 27% of the total global sales, and this was 15% and 8% more than the closest rivals, who are India and China, respectively. Though China produces 10 times as much tea as Kenya's total output, and India nearly produces 5 times more volume than Kenya, yet Kenya exports more. Another important thing to note is that we do not have as many large plantations as there are in those large producers of the commodity, because around 90% of the tea produced in the country is produced in small-scale farms, that is in small acres. Yet in the recent past, we have seen our farmers really complaining, and this is especially because of lack of support from the government. That is concerning especially on the fertilizers, and support like on also marketing their produce. And our farmers are facing numerous challenges, not only in the tea, not only concerning the tea products, but also other issues, especially with the brokers. If you look at the brokers and cartels around tea and also around agriculture, you find that our farmers take a very long time to even produce their whatever products, if it's tea, if it's coffee, if it's maize, if it's their flowers, they take so much time. But brokers, within a week, they come and make a kill from what their farmers have sweated for a very long time. So that's why the government should intervene and help the farmers market their produce. And if we are actually exporting so much as compared to other countries, we shouldn't. This benefit should also be felt by the farmers, instead of letting our farmers suffer so much. The farmers are also highly taxed, yet the cost of farming, as I've said, is very high. So I would expect the government to intervene. So this bill will actually, if it becomes an act, it will be a point of reference, and it will make the farmers also be, the problems which are faced by the farmers be addressed. And this will help our country improve agriculture, since agriculture is one of the key sources of our economy. So the government should actually be interested, very much interested in making sure that our farmers are happy, and not only happy, but that they are also getting something from their hard work. So Mr. Speaker, I support this, this bill, provided that the issues from the farmers is incorporated into the bill, and that the farmers are also involved in also contributing to the bill, because they are the ones who know the problems which they are facing. So the establishment of the board is very important, but in the past we have seen, especially in this tea and coffee and also other products, we've seen societies, especially leadership in these societies, making these farms or farmers really go down because of poor leadership. So I think leadership should also be addressed in this, closely addressed as we come up with this bill. Otherwise, I support the bill, provided that the issues from the farmers are addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Gachagua Rigathi, member for Madura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the Tea Bill 2018, and I must say, Mr. Speaker, this bill could not have come at a better time. You know, Mr. Speaker, when the various boards that were looking after various crops were collapsed at Alpha, there was no proper attention to this subsector. The tea subsector is a very important sector for the economy of this country and more to the farmers. And I would like to disagree with the Honorable Kimunya, who was arguing that it is just another crop like potatoes, like carrots. They are also very important food crops, granted. But the Honorable Kimunya may not know because he doesn't have tea in his constituency. But he would know, as a former Minister for Finance, the amount of foreign exchange the tea product was earning this country. And as such, it requires special attention. When all these produces were put under one body, they were not given due attention. And what happened is that the regulatory objective of making sure things are done properly got compromised. The people at the ministry, just having a tea directory, did not have the teeth, the muscle to rein in on the cartels and the KTDA. It is therefore very prudent that we create the Tea Board of Kenya to specifically deal with tea, one, as a major foreign exchange earner for this country, and as a product that is going to help thousands of farmers across the country. As a result of this lack of proper regulatory supervision, the cartels in KTDA have taken over the industry. They have overrun the farmer. They have exploited the farmer, Mr. Speaker, to an extent that farmers who work so hard, farmers who toil every day, have become destitute and paupers in their own country. They have become beggars. Mr. Speaker, the last time this year's bonus for farmers under Kagochi Tea Factory in my constituency got 28 shillings, and they are not even able to pay for their bills. At the Dima Tea Factory, they were only able to get 32 shillings. This is because the people who have taken over the industry, because of lack of supervision, have become cartels and they are just exploiting the farmer. Therefore, this bill will create the Tea Board of Kenya, and they will come up with the mechanisms and regulations to supervise the processors, the dealers, the marketers, and the agencies and the brokers. Mr. Speaker, we need very, very strong regulator so that they can be able on a day-to-day basis focus on what needs to be done so that farmers have money in their pocket. The KTD has become a rogue organization because of lack of a supervisor. We need to rein in KTDA, which has been involved with cartels, with insider trading. 40% of the tea is done under the table, not going through the auction, and there is a deal between KTDA and the people who are buying abroad. And Mr. Speaker, you find that our tea is the best in the world. It gets the best prices in the world, yet the farmers get nothing because of that collusion. Mr. Speaker, you find that KTDA has left the work of marketing tea for the farmers and gone into other activities have nothing to do with making sure the farmer is okay. They have gone into hydro generation of power, they have gone into insurance, they have gone into real estate, they are even in banking. And Mr. Speaker, it's so sad that KTDA has been getting money from farmers. Instead of giving the money to the farmers, they put it in their bank, and then they lend it to the same farmers with an interest. This is theft, it's exploitation. So these are some of the things that we believe that once we get a strong regulator, they will be able to rein in and make sure that those things are going on properly. We want the agencies like KTDA. This was a public body. They illegally converted themselves into a private company, and they have been exploiting the farmer. We want KTDA now, under this framework, to become a public body that will be audited by the Auditor General and will be subjected to the laws that govern other public bodies. As it is, they just do what they want, and the farmer is a loser in all instances. We have situations that we'll want the new body, the Kenya Tea Board, to look at in terms of representation of the farmer. Today at the KTDA, we don't have one farmer, one vote. People are elected by the shares that they have, so you have just a few farmers who have a lot of tea controlling the industry to the detriment of the small growers. This is something that must be able to be reined on so that things can be okay. We would want those who have a lot of tea to open their own factories, but small growers must be allowed to democratically elect people who will be able to represent them in the body. As it is, we'll be proposing amendments at the committee stage to really strengthen this body to make sure that we have the do's and the don'ts, so that if it is KTDA, it is just given the duty of marketing tea and doing nothing else. We'll also be proposing at that stage that the Kenya Tea Board have a marketing function similar to the Kenya Tourist Board, where government can put in money so that they can look for the best market possible for tea farmers. As it is, our farmers are working so hard every day, but they have nothing to take home. And this is killing their morale to a point where, in my place, farmers have been uprooting tea. And we are telling them not to do it now. With this proposed framework, and with this house being there for the farmers, to come up with the necessary legislation to protect them. They shouldn't uproot the tea, they should be patient. We'll be able to put the proper legislative framework into place to protect them and to make sure that they get value for their money. It is also very important that once we are through with the Tea Board of Kenya, we would also want to revert to the Coffee Board of Kenya. Those two crops are very, very important. They are major foreign exchange earners, and they need to be dealt with exclusively as subsectors and given due attention. With those very many remarks, I beg to support. Thank you.
For well spoken, Honorable Member for Madura. We shall have contribution from the Honorable Amushomba, Member for Kiambu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity. Indeed, I've waited for a while because I felt that I have the duty to give my voice into the making of this bill so that we can have our farmers benefit from the very hard-earned money that comes from tea. This bill is creating an avenue into the creation of the Regulatory Tea Authority of Kenya. The word regulatory really makes me feel like we are going round circles because it's not the first time you have started regulating cash crops. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I would ask you or ask you to allow me to say this because it is the truth. The government is not known to be the best trader. And every cash crop the government puts its tentacles in the attempt to trade, that cash crops trade trends changes. and the changes affect the farmers. Look at coffee. Look at pyrethrum. Look at sugar. Look at cotton. Keep looking at the cash crops which the government has attempted to do trade, to regulate trade. The government is not the champion when it comes to trade matters. And therefore, every time we come into this house, in attempt to creation of boards, authorities, task forces, and such like infrastructure or frameworks to help the farmers improve their revenues and earnings, we get it wrong. By the way, I don't know why, Mr. Speaker, we assume that our farmers are illiterate to the extent that they cannot be able to manage their own trade in terms of their cash crops. Like Honorable Gojiri said, these farmers take their own initiative to go to their farms, they plant, they use the knowledge to farm, they produce. Why do we assume that they do not have the knowledge to manage their own trade? Now, when I look at this bill, I'm not so sure whether I want to support it or to oppose it. Because as I read it yesterday, and I've tried to assimilate it today, this proposal is not answering questions that I would want answered on behalf of the farmers of Kiambu. Mr. Speaker, let's ask ourselves, what are the issues that make the farmer go home empty-handed after rising up at 3 a.m. to go and pick tea in their farms under the sunshine and under the rainfall? In the past, the many authorities and the many boards that have been created have installed a lot of levies to the farmers. In the past, Kenyan farmers, especially farmers that are involved in tea farming, have lost money to the government agencies through what they call marketing licenses, marketing agency fees, corporate taxes, market research levy, county government cess, and many other deductions like advances for fertilizers, advances for inputs, farming inputs, that when they do their mathematics, they end up earning very little. So I am asking, as a lawmaker, we are proposing to have a new regulator away from AFA. Are we removing all those levies that in the past have been deducted from farmers' income? Are we improving in the support of farming practices, what we call the good agricultural practices? Are we increasing our investment in terms of adding more extension, agricultural extension officers to help farmers to improve their quality of tea? What is this that we are doing? Now, look at this regulatory tea authority that we are proposing. Are we going to improve efficiencies in the way we have been handling tea from the farm all the way to the factory and to the auction? Are we going to change the way we have been auctioning our tea? Are we going to provide the farmers with more information about how their tea is being auctioned? There are so many questions, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I would want answered as we debate around this tea bill. And therefore, as we seek to liberalize the tea industry in Kenya, I would suggest that as we make this bill into law, we introduce these many amendments that are going to seek to answer the questions I have asked on behalf of the farmers. But it is very sad for me to note, Mr. Speaker, sir, that most of the farmers, especially those that come from my county, Kiambu, in the areas of Gatundu, areas of Gatundu North, areas of Lari, areas of Limuru, these are farmers that are sometimes going hungry, yet they have acres and acres of tea in their farms. Do you know why? Because when they sell their tea from the buying centers, they wait for months and months to get their payment. And when they get their payment, like I had mentioned, Mr. Speaker, they have lost such a lot of money from those levies that I've mentioned. And when they decide to take a shortcut, Mr. Speaker, sir, and sell their tea at the farm, what we call the farm gate sales, they are seriously harassed by the authorities. Some of them are arrested. Others sell their tea at a throwaway price because the brokers take advantage. And at the end of the day, the farmers are languishing in poverty and lack. And so, in my contribution today, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would suggest that as we proceed in debating this bill, we recommend that we have amendments that are going to assist us to answer those questions on behalf of the farmer. Otherwise, I am excited that finally the debate around tea has landed this honorable house. And I'm excited because I know quite a number of members in the house, even those that do not come from the tea farming areas, feel the pain of the tea farmer in Kenya and would want to see changes in the way we practice the farming, the packaging, the vending, the selling and the auctioning of tea in Kenya. Otherwise, I do support the bill because I know at the end of the day, with the very many amendments the members have suggested, we are headed to the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Mushomba, and it is hoped that your excitement will lead to the production of a good child, a good tea bill that will be useful to the farmers of tea in this country. The Honorable Mwangi Mburu, member for Lare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me that chance also to contribute to this bill. I'm one of those people who come from constituencies that grow quality tea, and we are not fetching enough money for reasons that I don't want all the reasons to dwell to KTDA. Maybe you have been fighting KTDA, maybe you have had a lot of issues with KTDA, the management, but I think it is a time to think, not being penny-wise, but be pound-wise. We have been thinking about the small things, about KTDA, the small interests that they put to run their affairs. Those interests, or those percentages, they contribute up to maximum of 30%, whilst 70% goes to the farmer. My main concern and my main joy is the creation of this board. Why do I want this board to be created? One, this board, the roles that are undertaken by this board. The main problem that we have in this country is that tea is not a locally consumed product. We only consume 5% of our tea in this country. 95% of the tea we find for market outside. And because we find 95% of the tea a market outside, this is not a personal farmer affair. This should now be a seriously government undertaken affair. Government to government marketing. So when I'm talking about Kenya Tea Board, the main role that it should have is marketing our tea worldwide. You go to England, you will find the white man says that they have English tea, while they don't produce tea. They import it from Kenya, they package it nicely, Brook Bond and all that, and they call it English tea. And that tea comes from Kenya. So when that tea is being consumed in Europe, it is not Kenyan tea, it is English tea. When you go to China, they are the only country producing maybe 10 times what Kenya produces, they are able to market their tea as Chinese tea. And Chinese tea is now consumed worldwide. They have the benefit of having a very huge market in their country, such that their market is able to consume their tea and fetch money for their farmers. Why I want to support this bill? One, creation of the board. One thing I want to insist is that I'm happy with the constitution of the board members, the nominations. Although I wish that more farmers are put into the board, especially the small-scale farmers, rather than the plantation of farmers. Because the small-scale farmers are the ones who have a very huge need to get their negotiations. The big farmer, like a Brookbond, like a Finley, like all those others, they can be able to market their tea outside as a corporate. But the small-scale farmers who are taken by KTDA as the umbrella body, they need more to be represented in the board. The other role of the board, we are talking about, let me complete about the marketing of the tea in the country, within the world. We are talking about markets that have existed for our tea in Kenya. We have Pakistan, we have Egypt, we have small countries like Lebanon. While these countries are undergoing financial crisis, Pakistan, their dollar to their Pakistani money has depreciated more than 100%. Egypt, their local wars. If we continuously depend on these countries, how do we expect to fetch more money for our tea? I think one role of this tea board is to present the financial statements, the ones Kimunya was opposing. Why? We are looking at, we give them as a parliament, we give them a budget for marketing our tea, because this should be a government-to-government affair. Then they can go to the Americas, they can go to Europe, and we have more markets for our tea, rather than the shrinking market that we have for our quality tea, which is said to be the best in the world. But now, the market is not there. How do you expect to make money? Tea is not like potato, where we can eat. Tea is not like tomatoes, where we can eat locally. If we have to market locally, the local companies, I don't think they can even reach to 10% of our production, because currently we are at only 5% of what produced is what we consume locally. Then we go to licensing, which should be another role for the board. After the board was demolished in 2012, to have a license to be a processor or a dealer, you must have had a minimum acreage of 250 hectares to be operate like a processor. Today, we are having over 52 companies that have been registered as briefcase processors. What is the reason? These crooks, they go and register companies, then they don't have one tea tree in their farm. What happens after? Where will they get their tea to process? They start the tea hawking problem. This tea hawking, they'll come with their pickups within my locality and start buying tea from local farmers who are registered under KTDA or wherever. What will happen instead? This farmer is not assured a minimum guaranteed price by the end of the year, because they'll buy at 20 shillings, because KTDA is giving them initial 16 shillings, but they will not be assured of that bonus of 30 or 40 shillings that KTDA will give them. How do we eliminate such crooks? Because now we'll even have now people stealing our tea from the farms. Those pickers, they pick tea and they hide some tea down the river, so that when that pickup will come, it will collect the tea for the black market. So that is why I'm saying the tea board should be in place, so that licensing of tea processors should only be limited to those people who can be able to have their own tea. So even if they're buying tea from other small-scale farmers, they already have their initial tea to start a factory. And initially it was 250 hectares. Maybe they should even up it to about 300 hectares, so that they can have minimal show of what tea they have. Then we go to the other area. The other area is, after licensing, I want to talk about licensing of agents and factories and also brokers. It has been the interest of KTDA only to have their brokers who go and negotiate for the pricing during the auction. There is no one to regulate these brokers. That is why we should have this board, so that the minimum margins that the brokers are getting, the minimum underhand dealings that the brokers are getting, are regulated by KTDA. Why? Because you are representing a small-scale farmer there who needs to be assured of a minimum fetch of a price, who needs to be assured of a minimum a minimum return for each kilo of tea that he produces. If the board is not there, how do you assure the farmer that there is a minimum return for the produce that they produce? There is also this issue of KTDA keeping the money for too long, and they don't show the interest that we gain. Sometimes they explain that money does not come instantly. They sell to markets which pay after 3 months. Then the markets they are selling on credit, and the creditors are not paying on time. We should have a regulator so that this regulator is able to ascertain the credit periods that those markets are given. If we sell our tea to England, do they take 3 months to pay the KTDA? Or is it a cartel that will exist there? Then you give them more time to gain a bigger margin for your tea. Those are the many questions that this board should be able to answer. And this board should come in as up. Because when it was there, tea farmers were fetching more money. When it was there, I am a beneficiary of that board, because when it was there, when Cecily Kariuki was the CEO of that board, tea was fetching a lot of money. Nyayo tea zones were working. Government to government was working. We had a specific budget whereby, why should we have a budget for tourism board while tea is fetching more money than tourism? Why should we have a budget for sports promotion while tea is fetching more money than sports? Because it is a contribution to the country that we are looking at. I'll argue with Kimunya. I'll not agree to what Kimunya is saying, because we look at contribution. If potatoes and nyanyas and all that, they want to form a board, then they can come together and form a board that is called Horticultural Produce Board. If other fruits like avocados and macadamias, if they start finding that they are contributing big to the cake of the country, then we can create another board to take care of the fruits and macadamias so that they can have their board to export in China and all that. But for tea, because of the contribution that it has to this country, then the board should be in place. Then we don't kill the golden goose that lays the eggs. This is a golden goose, and we are killing it. We killed coffee because we killed Coffee Board of Kenya. We are killing tea because we are killing Kenya Tea Board. We are continuously killing the major industries that contribute to this country, leaving it to the hand of few plantations who are brokers and cartels. And with those few remarks, I purely support the creation of the Kenya Tea Board. Thank you.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Moro. And the Honorable Okelo Odoyo of Nyandu has been asking, what about the watermelons? Nobody seems to be agitating for the formation of a board for the watermelons. The Honorable Mutai Kiplangat, the member for Bureti, it is your opportunity now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the onset, Mr. Speaker, let me stand and say I support this bill. It's coming at the right time. It's coming against a backdrop where farmers registered the lowest bonus ever in the last 5 years. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, the drop was 45%, something unseen and unheard of in the last 5, 6, or 7 years. As it is now, Mr. Speaker, the tea is not performing well in the current international market as of the last month. And if nothing is done, what we saw last year will be worse what will happen next year, this year, I mean. Mr. Speaker, it was the wrong move to lump tea with other crops under AFA. Tea is the second highest earner of foreign income to this country. The first being foreign remittance by Kenyans living abroad, and second is tea. Third is tourism. Yet it's surprising, Mr. Speaker, that tourism is a fully fledged ministry, while tea is a directorate under AFA. It doesn't add up, it doesn't make sense. The elephant in the house, Mr. Speaker, as regards the problems bedeviling the tea industry, is KTDA. KTDA has become the problem for tea farmers. First, Mr. Speaker, KTDA is charged with marketing tea. Yet the same KTDA is doing injustice when it comes to marketing tea for the farmers. When it comes to licensing, Mr. Speaker, the same KTDA is mandated to license tea brokers. But there seems to be a conflict of interest because most of the KTDA directors or the board members are the ones who are running these tea brokers. Currently, Mr. Speaker, we have 11 tea brokers in this country. And most of the KTDA senior employees and directors have interest in these tea brokers. Second, Mr. Speaker, the same KTDA, they charge farmers 2.5% as management fee. Yet, the same factories have to pay salaries to employees seconded by KTDA to their factories. Why is that? Already, that ought to have been covered by the 2.5% management being paid. But you'll find that the same factory managers, accountants in respective factories across the country are paid by the same farmers. That impiling pressure and financial obligation, unnecessary financial obligations on the farmers. You'll find that, Mr. Speaker, also, that the same KTDA company secretaries is the same legal officer for respective factories. In whose interest are they catering for? KTDA as an agency is in business. Why would they be in charge of legal functions at the respective factories? Mr. Speaker, this bill is welcome. The creation of Tea Board of Kenya, Tea Board, will come and streamline all these problems. Issues of licensing will be taken away from KTDA and will be handled by the same Tea Board. Issues of marketing will be taken away from KTDA and will be handled by the same Tea Board. As it stands, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, as a country, we have the brand Kenya, who are actually selling out Kenya as a nation out there. What is wrong with having a body that is mandated, duted, to be selling a produce of tea outside there, or even within the country? KTDA is not doing that as the way they are supposed to be doing, Mr. Speaker. Likewise, you'll find, Mr. Speaker, that the same KTDA, as it stands now, have invested proceeds from tea in other businesses, which are outside the core business of tea. You'll find Majani Insurance, Green Feather, Chai warehouses. And in all this, the core business of KTDA, which is tea, has been relegated to the backseat. Farmers do not know where these profits go into. It's difficult, Mr. Speaker, to quantify exactly what each farmer is entitled, the shareholding of KTDA are entitled within the KTDA. Profits made by KTDA do not trickle, most of the profits do not trickle down to the farmers. The current farmer is left to the mercy of an institution which operates in secrecy under the veil of private company. It was a massive mistake, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, to allow a private company to be running affairs of the farmers in this country. The monopoly that KTDA has is unwarranted. You cannot have one entity that has pure monopoly to be processing tea from all the tea factories in the country. If you look at the bill, it will give, the Tea Board will have powers to license another outfit like KTDA to avoid one entity having monopoly over everything. It's the same monopoly that we need to get rid of. We are getting rid of monopoly in a structured way, whereby we don't have entities that are licensed, that are doing business, not the same way they are structured in a way that is structured by the Tea Board of Kenya. Madam Speaker, it's very unfortunate that some members in this parliament can feel that a crop like tea can be lumped with potatoes, can be treated in the same way potatoes are treated. Madam Speaker, this is a crop that is sustaining so many lives in this country, that is generating a lot of foreign exchange for this country. Yet, you want to take it for granted and treat it with the same way you take other crops. It is known, Madam Speaker, that the current AFA, the tea directorate in AFA, has completely failed. That is why we are in the predicament, the farmers are in the predicament in which they are currently. And since that has failed, it will be unwise for us to stand up here and say we revisit AFA and try to find solutions there. Yet we can find solutions through a creation of a tea board to be managing and regulating the tea industry. Our friends yesterday alluded to the fact that the tea industry has been left to the mercy of many dodgy players within. The issue of research, as raised by my colleague here from Ainamo yesterday, has been left out. It's unfunded. They lack funds. We are not progressing as an industry and saying what are the best practices out there so that we can embrace to ensure the tea farmers get maximum returns from their crops, from their produce. The tea research, which is based in my county, Kericho, is being left unfunded. It's nearly becoming moribund. The farmers are not enjoying the services. And it's incumbent upon us, Madam Speaker, that we rise to the occasion and ensure that we fund the Tea Research Foundation. We ensure that they do research on best practices out there, and the tea farmers enjoy the outcome of those institutions. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the current taxation imposed by the government also needs to be regulated. As an exporter, Mr. Speaker, which we expect tea farmers, processors and dealers to be exporting tea direct from the factories in future, it attracts a lot of taxation. It attracts VAT if you export tea direct from the factories, but it doesn't attract the same tax if the tea is sold through warehouses in Mombasa. Those are the areas, Madam Speaker, that we need to address. And finally, on the qualification of a CEO, I would like to see the 5 years extended to 10 years so that we get the right crop. It's not good to have a company secretary with 7 years and a CEO 5 years. Let's have a CEO of Tea Board having 10 years experience, the company secretary.
You made your point. Let's have the Honorable Member for Nyando, Honorable Okello.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much. Whereas we universally appreciate tea as one of the country's best revenue earners, besides coffee, sugar, rice, pyrethrum, and others, looking at the bill before us, it does not really capture germane and salient issues that afflict tea farming in this country. And therefore, I will be quite apprehensive and very slow to adopt this kind of bill before this House, Madam Speaker. Before the enactment of AFA, there existed the Crops Act. And the Crops Act, which was abolished, had several other crops that formed part of that, that bigger crop matter. And I remember when AFA was being created in the year 2013, certain crops did not form part of AFA. And I'm not saying fish is a crop, but I remember fish was exterminated out of the AFA Act, and that gave birth to the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. Barely 5 years down the line, we are once again back here agitating for recreation of the Tea Board, which was abolished after the year 2013. And we are asking ourselves, where are the salient systemic weaknesses that we have seen in AFA in order that we come up with this kind of a bill. If we do so, we shall be indeed setting a very wrong precedent for this country. The following day, it will be sisal board agitating for their own. It will be watermelon, it will be onions, it will be tomatoes, it will be vegetables, cabbages, and all that. And therefore, if we already have an existing body that looks into issues up to and including tea, because we have a directorate of tea within AFA, those are the weaknesses that we need to fortify. Those are the areas where we need to pay much credence and focus on, instead of segregating these bodies and stratifying them to become much smaller. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit hesitant to adopt this because I was reading at the proposed Section 7, subsection 1, about a chairperson appointed by the President. Madam Speaker, this is under the purview of farmers. Kenyans are quite apprehensive about anybody that owes its allegiance and becomes an appendage of the presidency. Why we have had many organizations die is because of the characteristic governance issues around them. And we ask ourselves, why are private entities doing much better than government bodies? Of course, government bodies are known for three major things. One is mismanagement, two is squandering of public resources, and three, they, within a very short period of time, ground to a halt. And if we have identified the systemic problems bedeviling them, those are the issues we need to address, Madam Speaker. But having, again, the presidency having an overall supervisory role, again, about a body that has been set up to assist farmers, I think, according to Kenyans, will be utterly unacceptable. We have had lots of blame games directed towards KTDA. KTDA is a private entity. Private entities are established with one common goal, which is making profits. And they will go into any length to make that profit. And therefore, I do not understand why all the arsenals are directed towards KTDA. The government can as well be as competitive as KTDA by strengthening the issues around AFA. But we are not going to blame a private entity that has done a lot of good to this country, employing our youths and the common citizenry, and providing for their families. So I do not understand how we are drawing a nexus between KTDA and AFA when it comes to these most important points. Madam Speaker, I want to add that Section 13, subsection 1, which is being proposed in this bill to have the Chief Executive Officer to be competitively recruited and appointed by the board on such terms and conditions as the board shall determine. Madam Speaker, we are all aware that the Salaries and Remuneration Commission was established to look into the general welfare of every government employee. And therefore, circumventing SRC or straddling the work of SRC so that we give that board the autonomy to determine, I think does not sit well with our Constitution. And that is why I said this is a bill that has to be relooked into so that we do not commit illegalities, even as we come up with ways and means of addressing the farmer's plight. My proposal at this point in time, Madam Speaker, is that let us step back and fortify AFA Act, particularly paying attention to those areas where we have issues with. let us expand participatory role of the farmer in the tea directorate, because tea has been adequately recognized within AFA and a directorate created solely to handle tea matters. That is where we need to pay our attention to, and not creating additional bodies that have the potential to create discord within the management of the tea industry, Madam Speaker. Finally, Madam Speaker, in light of what I have highlighted above, I am hesitant and hence decline to offer or lend my support to this bill, and I thank you.
Honorable Hulu for order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Before probably I state my position on this particular bill, I would like to highlight a few things. I do appreciate that I don't come from a tea growing area, but in terms of per capita, I think the region I come from could be leading in terms of consumption of tea. I also do appreciate that tea is a leading foreign exchange earner for our country, and therefore when tea farmers in our country are complaining about reducing amounts of bonuses that they get, when the representatives of tea growers in this house complain about KTDA, I think I share their concern. Madam Speaker, when the various acts regulating crops in this republic were consolidated and therefore repealed and were consolidated into Crops Act, there were good reasons. And I took my time to go through the Crops Acts, and I do appreciate that in as much as tea, as a very key crop in this country, requires special attention, I think the provisions of the Crops Act, as well as the provision of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food Authorities Act, if implemented well, could actually provide solution to the problem facing the tea subsector. Madam Speaker, looking at the proposed bill, I do not think that without adequate funding, creation of the proposed authority will cure the ills which are affecting the key sector at the moment. Madam Speaker, I have looked at challenges which other crops are facing, and it is very easy to pick out AFA and blame it. But if you look critically at the problem lies in poor funding of this authority and therefore the directorates which are supposed to address issues related to scheduled crops. And tea is one of those scheduled crops. Actually, it is number 2 on the list. And if only tea directorate will be funded well, so that it does not abdicate its responsibility to KTDA, because tea directorate is supposed to lead in terms of promoting, research and tea crop, in terms of supporting farmers, in terms of also facilitating market both internally and externally, and so on and so forth. And much of the problem actually revolves around marketing and our farmers getting the right prices and also the right amount of money for the efforts that they put in. The perspective is actually failure by government to provide adequate funding for AFA, and therefore by extension to various directorates which is supposed actually to regulate the scheduled crops. And therefore, with these facts, I'll be very hesitant to support this bill in its current form. I will support what the earlier speaker has said. If we could look at how we can fortify the AFA Act and also the Crops Act, and especially if, as representatives of the people in this house, we try to see how we can make Treasury to appreciate importance of a crop like tea, so that the Ministry of Agriculture can be given enough budget, and that budget bulk of it can go into promotion of tea, promotion of coffee, and other important crops, I think that should be the right way to go. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I would like to state that I do not support this bill in its current form.
Honorable Obara Akinyi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice and support the bill. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, and in general, this is a progressive bill taking into account the importance of the tea sector in Kenya. Madam Speaker, the bill will cure the problems caused by the previous general legislation on agriculture by providing a clear and specific legislation in respect to the sector. Madam Speaker, it is instructive to note that the general legislation on agriculture also created problems in other sectors. For instance, sugar industry, where the removal of the sugar levy up to this moment and other related matters is a problem. Madam Speaker, as much as I'm happy with the composition and the role of the board, I would wish to propose an amendment at a later stage to delink the office of the CEO and the corporation secretary in accordance with the best practice in corporate governance, so that the office of the CEO and the corporation secretary is separate. And this comes out very clearly even in the Mwongozo. Madam Speaker, I would also like to propose another amendment to provide for a maximum penalty in accordance with the best practice in legislative drafting. With those few remarks, I once again support and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the chance to contribute, and I rise to support this bill. Madam Speaker, I come from a region where tea is grown, and I come from a region where I have seen many families educate their children through tea, Madam Speaker, and of course coffee. And Madam Speaker, I think it has been irresponsible of us as a country to give such a huge role to a private company in the name of KTDA to look after the affairs of our tea farmers. Madam Speaker, even before I go to the creation of Tea Board of Kenya, allow me first of all to pinpoint some few challenges that I've heard from our farmers through our interactions. And of course, Madam Speaker, to expound the same in terms of policy, on how we can improve, and especially improve the income that directly goes to the pockets of our farmers. And number one, Madam Speaker, one of the elephants in the room has been the marketing of our tea. And when I say tea, Madam Speaker, I actually say it alongside coffee, because I come from a region that grows both of our very important crops. And Madam Speaker, we have really neglected the marketing of our tea, in that we only market some specific types of tea, Madam Speaker. And of course, this calls for diversification, even as we market, of the tea that we sell out there. Majority of people in this country, and especially farmers and even consumers, we are only aware of what we call black tea, Madam Speaker, or chai, especially when it is mixed with the milk. Here in Kenya, we may call it white tea, Madam Speaker, but that is not specifically what should be referred to as white tea. Madam Speaker, also, diversification should go also to other types of tea like orthodox tea. Orthodox tea would therefore also create another market for our tea, and especially in Russia and formerly USSR countries, Madam Speaker. we should also look into diversifying into green tea. And most of what I'm enumerating, Madam Speaker, and especially green tea, it does not call to planting of new trees of tea, Madam Speaker, but it calls for diversification in terms of when it comes to value addition, Madam Speaker, of tea, because the same tea we grow here can produce black tea and can also produce green tea. It is a matter of processing and levels of processing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even as I rise here, I want to also say that KTDA has done a lot of injustice to the Kenyan farmer, and especially through its uncheckered powers. Madam Speaker, we have a private entity that has grossly diversified into very unrelated businesses, Madam Speaker, and therefore diverting the attention they should give to marketing and improvement of our tea sector, and they have gone ahead to other very unrelated, Madam Speaker, sectors. Madam Speaker, some of these entities that are owned by KTDA, there is no record that their proceeds, their profits, and their income has a way of getting to the pockets of farmers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, KTDA has an insurance brokerage. They are now in real estate. They are also in financial services. And Madam Speaker, perusing even the last year's report, financial reports from KTDA, I did not see any link, Madam Speaker, from these subsidiaries' income getting into the pockets of our tea farmers, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, having sat here and listened to many members speak here, Madam Speaker, I can only marvel at the ignorance some of us have shown when it comes to the seriousness on how we should take our tea sector. Madam Speaker, in yesteryears, the central bank governor, as you know, being the chair of MPC, or Monetary Policy Committee, whose one of the mandates to regulate the strength of our local currency. Madam Speaker, one of the places he would go, Madam Speaker, in strengthening our shilling, used to be KPCU, Madam Speaker, and the former marketer of our tea. Because anything that would go wrong in terms of our tea production and therefore export would also impact on other parameters, and especially a parameter in terms of the strength of our local currency. Madam Speaker, tea is number 2 foreign earner. It has been overtaken by our human capital working out there and who bring remittances from abroad. Madam Speaker, I do not stand here to say that our human capital is doing well. I stand here to say that we have failed to grow our tea sector, Madam Speaker, and therefore the reason why it has moved from being the top earner, foreign earner in our country, of course, to being dislodged to number 2. And therefore, Madam Speaker, this calls to many of us to hold hands and see how we can support our tea sector. And one of the areas, Madam Speaker, that we must look at, even as we debate about this bill, Madam Speaker, is especially when we talk about cash crop. When you talk about cash crop, Madam Speaker, what can we do to improve the income? Madam Speaker, I would want to talk about 2 things, one being supply chain, and the other thing being value chain. Madam Speaker, in many of the consumables, and especially food, Madam Speaker, something called supply chain is very important, because that is what, of course, leads to, from a raw product, heading, of course, to what we see in the shelves, Madam Speaker, and I'm referencing to what Honorable Kemunya was talking about in terms of other very important crops like potatoes, and especially other edible crops, Madam Speaker. But when we talk about cash crops, Madam Speaker, and especially tea and coffee, something else called value chain overtakes supply chain. And Madam Speaker, value chain does not start from raw material to shelf. It starts from the other way around. It starts from the consumer, and of course reading the tendencies of the consumer, and then coming back to where you can actually fetch the raw material.
or going backwards, Madam Speaker. And one of the things we must do as a country is to create value for our cash crops. Why do I say so, Madam Speaker? If I'm to talk about tea, Sri Lanka produces 60% of the kind of tea that we produce in this country. But Sri Lanka earns more through their 60% of our production because of value addition, Madam Speaker. When you go to coffee, the most expensive coffee in the world is called Kapilowak, an Indonesian coffee, Madam Speaker, whose cup, or actually 1 kg of Kapilowak, can fetch up to 120,000 Kenya shillings, Madam Speaker. And I don't want to go to the details on how this Kapilowak is produced, Madam Speaker. That is basically about taste, one, and originality. When you are selling coffee out there, even us here as members of parliament, there is a hotel you can go and purchase a cup of coffee at 20 shillings. Another one you can go and purchase a similar equivalent cup of coffee or tea for that matter for over 500 Kenya shillings. In between there is nothing that we can talk about in terms of supply chain because both are coffees, both are teas, so to say. But in terms of value addition is added when it comes to brewing and, of course, when it comes to marketing. How do we market our tea? How do we market our coffee? And, Madam Speaker, this is the reason why our 2 major cash crops are actually used to blend other lower qualities out there. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, we have a great chance of selling our AA coffee, for example, and of marketing and selling our highly valued and high-grade tea, Madam Speaker, if we come to a proposition of marketing, especially the 2 commodities, based on number 1, originality, but also number 2, in terms of taste. And taste, Madam Speaker, is gotten from how we brew. Madam Speaker, lastly, as I support this bill, I have seen other members argue about AFA. Madam Speaker, there is no way you can
because of the passion you're exhibiting, Honorable Ndindi, I'll add you a minute to wind up.
Very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have heard other members talk about AFA. And there is no way, Madam Speaker, as a farmer, you can expect a dead and buried cow to give you milk, however much you feed it. AFA is a dead cow. The much we can do is to raise up another calf and feed it well, Madam Speaker, to give us the desired results. And therefore, it is timely for us to institute the tea board, Madam Speaker, so that all the areas, especially affecting our farmers, can be looked at. And of course, I'll be coming up and I'm in the process of drafting the guaranteed minimum returns bill. Madam Speaker, I've been given the go-ahead by the Speaker so that we create the bare minimum prices for tea and coffee and milk for our farmers, and especially so that they can get value for their hard work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Karachuonyo, Honorable Adipo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this bill that I support. Madam Speaker, I support the bill which is going to promote tea farming. But in addition to that one, Madam Speaker, I think we should not be restricting ourselves to any particular sector of our agricultural activities. It is important that we should remember that we have sugar industry, which is almost dying because we are not giving much attention to the agricultural part of production of sugar. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that cotton is another very important sector that's dying. We should not allow these important agricultural activities to go down because this is why we have some problems with our foreign exchange. Cashew nuts also need attention. Groundnuts need attention. We need to diversify to cover all these areas because they are important for us. I remember when I was still a young boy growing, going to school, cotton was such an important productivity that was contributing to our education. Our fees were being paid through cotton farming. But now cotton is almost a forgotten issue. Soybean is another one that we need to carry out some research and find out, because cotton is required in almost every country, and if we could concentrate on that, we would be able to increase our income. Madam Speaker, let me say that ever since Kenya started its economy, agriculture was known to be really the basic of our existence. We were called agricultural country, but now I don't know whether we are still agricultural country, because we import almost everything we need, even our food stuff, which are agriculturally based, are being imported. So my appeal is that we should expand and even have one authority that takes care of all agricultural activities, with various departments concentrating on each sector. This, I feel, is necessary so that we can emphasize the agricultural productivity in this country. I even see universities are not taking agriculture as anything important, but it is important that agriculture takes a fairly large percentage of our educational system, right from primary up to university level. Because if we do this, we will be having cash crops to earn as foreign currency. We'll also be having enough food in order, instead of importing, for example, maize, we would be having that available locally and produced locally. Why should we be dependent on food as well as industrial materials we need? It is important we give a lot of weight to our agricultural activities so that Kenya can move from where we are to something that will be more helpful to us in our economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do support and emphasize we expand our agricultural activities. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Captain Rueda.
Asante Bispika kunipatia nafasi na mimi kuchangia. Bispika, mimi naunga mkono hii bodi weko, na watu labda watashangaa kwa nini nasimama hapa kuchangia mambo ya chai, lakini sisi ni wanywaji chai Lamu na wao wanapanda, ni wa Kenya, na tunafaa tuweze kuwaunga wenzetu wapate kutengeza chai mzuri, lakini sisi watu wa Lamu ndio tunaipika chai kushinda wao wanaoipanda, na tunaipika vizuri. Kuna mahoteli fulani Kenya inajulikana, ukienda Lamu kinywa chai yake ni chai speciali. Ukienda kama Mangrove Lamu, uende Mwanarafa, msiingie Lamu bila kwenda kunywa chai huko. Ni chai tamu, chai speciali, chai ya kukumbukwa. Hivi basi nikiwaunga, pia ningependa watakao kukamilisha au kutekeleza mambo hayo wakumbuke pia kuna mimea mingine sehemu zingine, kama upande wa pwani. Mimea yetu inatuletea pesa, ni mmea wa mkorosho. Mikorosho pia nayo itengezwe bodi yake, na hili shirika mwanzo hiyo mikorosho, kuna mikorosho ya kisasa ile wanaita grafting, iletwe mingi, hawa wakulima wape mikorosho namna hiyo, ndio tupate kuwa na korosho nyingi ili Kenya tupate kujitegemea vizuri. Pia kuna hili shirika la National Cereal Board, tunaliona linakuwa likifanya kazi vizuri zaidi sehemu zingine za Kenya, nataka pia wajue kwamba sehemu kama Mpeketoni tunapanda mahindi na tunapata zaidi hizi gunia za 90 zaidi ya yani mingi kama 40,000 na tunapata. Sasa waje pia nao wafanye kama vile wanavyofanya kule, ili wale wakichukua wanaondolea mzigo wale wakulima, kwa sababu wakulima kule wanalima kwa umaskini kisha hawana msaada wanaopata kwa serikali, wakulima wa mahindi wa Mpeketoni. So kule waje nao ili watapata moyo, na hata sehemu zingine kama Basuba wapate moyo ya kupanda zaidi ili tujitegemee Lamu. Kuna sehemu ambazo za Lamu ni sehemu ambazo wakipanda zinaleta mazao mazuri. Watu wasitufikirie Lamu tu ni upande wa samaki, upande wa mahindi wakatuacha nyuma. Pia kama nilivyotangulia kusema kwamba Lamu watu wanatujua kwa samaki, watu wakizungumza chai pia sisi tuzungumzie samaki. Upande wetu wa Lamu twaomba wajitokeze kwa zaidi, wanahusika waje watusaidie, manake watu kule ni watenda kazi, hakuna uvivu, watu wanaenda baharini kila asubuhi, watu wanamejitahidi, wavuvi wamejitahidi, wanasomesha watoto wao, kwa hiyo pesa ya bahari, pesa ya shida. Lakini kuna uvuvi wa kisasa. Watu waje, serikali ije ipeane vifaa vya kisasa, wavuvi wapate kwenda bahari kuu, kwa sababu sasa hii wanang'ang'ana na bahari ile ya ndani. Waende bahari ya nje wasaidiwe na vifaa kama vile vifaa vya GPS, zile za kutafuta samaki kwa lugha ya Kimombo zinaitwa fish finder, wapatiwe ili waje walete samaki wingi. Samaki bado wako na market, mpaka saa nyingine wanatoka China wanaletwa Kenya, na sisi tunayo bahari ya Hindi ambao tunaweza toa samaki mpaka tukatumana nje, tukauza nje. Pia wavuvi wapewe zile mashini za kwenda kuweza, sio kutumia zile tanga tu design ya kizamani, ile tuweke tu kwa mambo ya culture na nini bado yaonekane ya kitamaduni, lakini wapatiwe mashini ndio wapate kuweza kwenda mbali zaidi kutafuta samaki wengi zaidi. Na zile sehemu zingine ambazo ziko Lamu kama sehemu za Wito, Mpeketoni, wao pia wanaweza kufanya ukulima wa samaki, wajengewe zile mabirika ya samaki. Na kule pia sehemu za bahari ya Hindi inaweza sehemu zingine zikatengezwa hizo birika za kisasa, zile zinafanywa ndani ya bahari, ili watu wavue pweza, wavue kaa, wavue majongoo. Hizi zote ni vitu ambazo zinaweza kusaidia uchumi wa Kenya. So mimi nataka kukomea hapo. Naomba tu wakiangalia huku kwingine waangalie na Lamu. Asante Bi Speaker.
Captain Rueda, umeweza kubadilisha mswada ukawa wa Lamu na samaki, ilhali tulikuwa kwenye chai. Lakini ni ile kuwa na moyo kwa kufanyia watu wako kazi naamini. Honorable Mawadhe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute towards this very important bill. Madam Speaker, I rise to support because tea is a very crucial cash crop. It is the second source of foreign exchange for us as a country, only behind the people who reside outside Kenya, the Kenyan remittances, or rather our foreigners, the Kenyans that do the remittances back home. Madam Speaker, as you support this bill, and having had you make a comment on my predecessor, or rather my colleague who just spoke before me, there is need also to talk about diversifying away also from tea and coffee and to other cash crops. There are other cash crops that also, besides tea, that needs to be supported. If we currently,
there are more people that are consuming avocado on a daily basis as compared to people that are, consuming tea. So there is need for us to look into other angles and other options as to how we can support our farmers, and especially the farmers like the avocado farmers. Currently, we import even the small cash crops like pawpaws from our neighbors in Tanzania. We need to find a way to continue strengthening our cash crops so that we are able to ensure that we don't end up having to import the likes of pawpaw and oranges from our neighboring countries. Madam Speaker, talking about being a Nairobian, there is need to give support even to some of the farmers, like the local cattle farmers from Nairobi, and a lot of farmers, even especially from my constituency in Embakasi South. We have youth that keep pigs. They need our youth in our constituency also. They are farmers, and they need to be empowered. Madam Speaker, having said that, I wish to support this bill. Thank you.
Sorry, Honorable Ngeno, I actually took you off erroneously. So you can have sorry about that.
Asante. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'm grateful that this chance has at last come to my side. Madam Speaker, I wish to, like you know, Madam Speaker, I don't come from areas where we plant tea. Actually, its soil cannot afford. And of course, you know, most of the parts of Narok do not plant tea, other than this upper side of Mau and some parts of Kilgoris. But people decided to run away, Madam Speaker, from planting tea because of the problems which were facing the people who already had tea bushes. Madam Speaker, funny enough, Madam Speaker, my great-grandfather, Menya Ole Kisiara, was the first Kipsigis president to sign an agreement with the Europeans, the settlers who came to Kenya, and donated over 10,000 hectares of land for these people to plant tea, the current Kericho Highlands, where we have, or where they first planted tea in this country. Madam Speaker, from there on, people from those surrounding areas decided also to plant tea. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the fact is that most of us as Africans, do not really know how to manage most of the affairs, so that when we see those kind of tea bushes, even the ones which we have planted privately, the management side of it becomes a big issue to us. We normally presume it is an opportunity for us to squander. Madam Speaker, when I was young, many of my age mates used to travel all the way to Kericho and Sotik and those sides of Bomet to go and pluck tea. It was actually an area of employment, a very good area of employment, like teaching, like other parts of employment in the country. So many of my friends used to come and pluck tea for payment. But eventually, Madam Speaker, also it died down, majorly because nobody would employ them, because the prices of tea, the benefits from tea went down tremendously. And that one led to the loss of many opportunities for our people. So that is why, Madam Speaker, I am very enthusiastic about this particular proposal, this bill, which will go a long way in helping resurrect the tea sector, which has been also been a source of income to our people who are living in Transmara and many parts of Narok. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this bill actually is to resurrect a dead sector, which obviously it never died naturally, but it was killed by us. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that we have to do laws each and every other time to try and do something. We have laws in this country, Madam Speaker, and I don't think it is laws that we need in this country to resurrect such kind of sectors. We only need ourselves to think, to imagine, and to act so that we can do things which other people can do without laws. Madam Speaker, remember, agriculture is a backbone of our economy since time immemorial. And it is like we are stuck there, Madam Speaker. You know, people moved from agrarian systems, wakaenda, they moved to industrialization, communications, they moved to the current level we are in. But as we are stuck in agrarian system, Madam Speaker, and it seems we will be stuck there for a long time. Now that we are stuck there, Madam Speaker, we are only hoping that the laws that we are creating today will help to manage those particular sectors, especially the tea sector. Madam Speaker, I remember those days. I used to visit Kericho. I had relatives there. During the time of bonuses, you wouldn't find men, especially men or fathers, in their homes because they have gone to pick their bonuses in Kericho. They stay there, they drink, they spend there even a whole week. And that was a time to marry. In fact, at that time, Madam Speaker, students, you will never find a student at home because their fathers had money. But nowadays, Madam Speaker, we are actually grappling with the same issues, just like those of us who do not plant tea. We are facing the same problems. Kericho, Bomet, even Kiambu have the same problems with us, people of Narok, who cannot plant tea. We are actually running up and down, finding ways of survival. So, Madam Speaker, I wish the executive who are going to implement this particular law will take into serious consideration the fact that farmers who plant tea have suffered for a long time. Madam Speaker, the major issue which I have never understood about tea is that the people who never plant tea, people who are trading in tea, normally benefit than the people who plant tea themselves, especially those people who are in Mombasa, those people who do auctions. I've been wondering, Madam Speaker, why can't we create laws that will ensure that we do what we call value addition, so that we sell our tea packaged already, either from Kericho, from Kiambu, from Narok, wherever the source of that tea is from, so that if we were to do exportation or exports of those particular products, we export them in a form that doesn't need any other value addition. And at the same time, it will be sold at the price that will be of great benefit to the farmer himself or herself. Madam Speaker, I think those are the areas we need to seriously look at. And I wish the proponent of this particular bill, who is a senator, will go more deeper and ensure that we create factories, we create, or the tea board will ensure that we have factories and we have industries that will actually produce tea and package and sell them the way they are, so that we can actually earn from it. Madam Speaker, we have so many other crops also which are facing the same demise. We had coffee, we had maize. Remember, we are maize producers and wheat and all that in Narok. But the cereals is already dead, so we don't know what will come of us. And we have resorted to maybe livestock, and livestock also is also dying. So, Madam Speaker, I think this country needs to sit down and ask itself, especially the members of this House, because sometimes we don't just need to complain, or sometimes we blame the executive. It is us members of this House who create laws that will ensure the price of maize is good, the price of tea is good, the price of livestock is good. It is members of parliament who will do that, so that we only pressurize the executive to implement the laws which we make in this House. Otherwise, even as members of parliament, we are the ones who do budget allocations to various departments. So sometimes we leave this House having done the budget, and then we go outside there to blame the Minister for Agriculture, Minister for Livestock, Minister for Roads, and yet we are the ones who actually allocated money. So it is our responsibility to ensure that whenever we are doing budgets here, Madam Speaker, let's put money to where we think will resurrect the sectors that will help our farmers put money in their pockets. Otherwise, we will just be blaming each other here. We're doing nothing. Coconut, Madam Speaker, in those sides of coast, has been a very good product, but nobody has assisted those people to meet to actually get money out of it. And of course, rice, we used to remember places like Mwea in terms of rice. Nowadays, we don't even know where Mwea is because it is dead. So, Madam Speaker, as much as we are creating this tea board, let us also go back and create. And this is a challenge to the chairman, to agriculture. Please, let us relook at all the crops which used to give us money. Let us understand that us as Kenyans, we don't have oil, we don't have these other minerals, we don't have gold, we don't have diamond. The only diamond and gold we have in this country is the agricultural products. And that is maize, that is tea, that is coffee, that is sugarcane, that is coconut, and rice. So let us look at those particular areas so that when we are doing budgets, as much as we have devolved the agricultural sector, we must also look at the upper side, which was left with the national government, so that we help the county governments, because county governments also are as useless as we see. And Madam Speaker, this is an issue also which I've had in my mind for a long time. When we are appointing ministers, and especially this house, we are the ones who are vetting ministers. When we are vetting ministers, let us look at these people. Who exactly are they? Are they qualified for the positions we are vetting them for? Remember, last time, the Minister for Agriculture was sacked because he asked the Republic to take photos of what? Of the locusts. And then another one was replaced. Now he's coming and telling us the locusts are almost dying. They are growing old. But the experts are telling us that is the most dangerous part. I really wonder where Uhuru Kenyatta is collecting all these useless CSs and bringing us and telling us things which you don't even understand. How can a whole CS tell us that the locusts are dying, and yet they are finishing crops everywhere? Madam Speaker, it is time for this house also, when we are vetting, let us vet seriously. Let us decline those people we know they do not fit those positions. Who will kill us? It is the Raya who elected us. It is us who are supposed to represent those people. Let us vet these CSs. We send them.
Honorable Kiai Githiaka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've really waited for this chance. I was here yesterday until 7. Today I was almost being caught up again.
And, let's stop twisting the tea issues into locusts, into all manner of things.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I come from Mukurweini, where basically we grow coffee, but I have about 13 tea farmers in my place. And I'm happy to note that this bill has finally found its way to Parliament. And I'm happy also to note that those who have been pushing for the BBI agenda to include tea, coffee, and other crops have been here and they have contributed. And the thing to do is to ensure that the debate about what will benefit our farmers is brought to Parliament and is not done out there in the barrios, by the roadside. The right place to do that is here in Parliament. Tea is one of the biggest forex earners in Kenya, alongside diaspora remittances and, of course, tourism. And when I look at the Act, the Act is very shallow, but it gives us a platform here in Parliament to come up and bring up all the issues that are affecting the tea farmers in this country. We beef it up, we ensure that all those issues, all those critical matters that were raised by farmers across the country are well put in that Act at the committee stage. So we will be here to ensure that during the committee stage, we beef up that Act and ensure that indeed what it provides for is what the aspirations of the tea farmers in Kenya are all about. Madam Speaker, what we did initially was to collapse all the cash crop legislation into AFA. AFA has been in existence for some time, and we note with despair that AFA has not delivered. My colleagues here, some of them, have raised the issue of, do we need now to have a tea act? And I'm saying yes, we even need to have a coffee act. We even need to have a sugar act. We need to have, if it takes that we have a pumpkin act or watermelon act, so be it, as long as it has commercial value and it is putting some money into the pockets of the Kenyan farmers. I've looked at the act, and I want to say that it is a good piece of legislation, despite the fact that it is very shallow. But as I've said, it can be beefed up. Because it's supposed to regulate the development, it's supposed also to promote the tea industry and also anything that is related to that. It also sets up the tea board. And this tea board of Kenya is the one that is mandated to ensure that the growing, the processing, the export of tea is well coordinated, regulated, but with the final intention of ensuring that the farmer is well paid. I remember President Uhuru the other day when he was in Mombasa, he bitterly complained about the cartels that are controlling the tea industry, whereby the brokers end up having about almost 70% of the sale, yet the farmer ends up being the one receiving the short end of the stick by receiving about 30%. So it is something that has national interest, given that tea is a very important crop in this country. The formulation of policies that is also captured in that act. We need to know how is it going to regulate that small-scale farmer against that multinational in Kericho. Do we make it like it is going to formulate policies that relate to small-scale farmers? And again, also we talk about the multinationals doing the plantations in Kisii, in Kericho and other areas. We need also to come up with an issue that is clear-cut about what are the guaranteed returns for this for this tea farmer. Why? The reason why the tea farmer is as poor as he is because the government has not come up with a policy to guarantee certain returns to certain crops. That is the only way you can spur up the development and cultivation of serious crops like coffee and tea. I remember, Madam Speaker, the other day I went to Morocco, and I found a Moroccan tea. And when I asked the consulate there what happens, he told me that they import Kenyan tea in bulk. All what they do is to label the same tea as Moroccan tea. And it fetches a lot of money. Don't we have, now we have a chance to come up with a policy to ensure that there is value addition right from Kenya all the way to where it is being consumed by the foreigners. Why am I saying this? Because when you have tea sold in bulk and in its raw form, then it doesn't benefit the farmer. The person who benefits is that other person out there who does value addition and sells that tea as a local one. There's Turkish tea. You go to the supermarkets here in Kenya also, you find there's tea that comes from whatever corner of the world. Indian tea, there's Sri Lankan tea. Why should we also allow the dumping of tea in Kenya that is grown elsewhere, yet we are said to produce the best quality tea in this side of the earth? My take is that we should also insert in that act issues about dumping of low quality tea from other areas, especially that the one that is done by unscrupulous businessmen out to make money here in Kenya. We should protect our farmers. Yesterday, one of our colleagues here raised the issue of when the Kenyan delegation went to visit Turkey, and they wanted the Turkey government to open up the tea market for Kenyan tea. And the retort they got was that if they did that, they were going to ensure that tea farming in Turkey is totally destroyed. Why are we not putting in place such measures here to ensure that those who bring something that is easily available in our country pay a premium custom for it to get into Kenya, and therefore very unattractive in terms of business? Madam Speaker, I also know that KTDA is a creation of non-tea farmers. And when I look at the composition of that tea board, we need to ensure that the representation of the farmer is seen and the election of those directors is driven by the farmers. Otherwise, when you have a board that has so many people who are appointed by the government, what we are saying is that the government is getting into the tea industry, not only to control it, but to formulate policies and also export the same. Where does the farmer play a role? Does his role end up in producing the tea and handing over that tea to the government or any other agency? And from there, he has no control whatsoever? No, it should not be that way. KTDA, when it was formulated those days, when it was an agency, it was meant to cater for the interests of the farmers. But what it came to be turned out to be a cartel. It turned out to be the worst kind of decision that was made by farmers. And I'm saying here and now that it should be liberalized in such a way that we ensure that KTDA is made to serve the interest of the farmer. Madam Speaker, ours being an agrarian economy, we should ensure that every other crop that has a commercial or economic value in this country is also supported to ensure that the agenda of manufacturing and also promoting agriculture is also promoted. Otherwise, if we don't do that, then we'll end up being an import economy. I support. Thank you.
Member for Kitutu Masaba. Honorable Shadrach Mose.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me a chance to add my voice to this very critical bill. From the outset, Madam Speaker, I want to say that I support this bill. I would want to state, Madam Speaker, that the production of tea in this country has been mainstay of many of the communities in this country. I want to say that from where I come from my constituency in Kitutu Masaba, tea production is what has enabled many of my constituents, that is the tea farmers, to be able to educate their children, to be able to do all activities that have been of value to the people of Kitutu Masaba. I want to say that this bill is a critical bill, Madam Speaker, for the simple reason that it will regulate, it will develop, and it will promote the tea industry. Madam Speaker, we'll also note that this bill would also help in the coordination of individuals and organizations within the tea industry in this country, and the net effect will be that we will have what we call the equitable access to benefits from the industry. Madam Speaker, we have the KTDA, which is a private entity or a private organization that has had now the monopoly of managing tea. If you look at KTDA as it is constituted, Madam Speaker, will realize that the aspect of regulation, aspect of ensuring that the farmer, the ordinary farmer, gets the benefit that it serves, have actually continued to dwindle over a period of time. And why do I say this? KTDA has even now abdicated the responsibility of ensuring that it deals with the farmers and they get access to the benefits by more or less digressing. You will find that KTDA now is seriously in the financial services, financial industry, is in the insurance industry, and many other areas that if you look at the net benefit that it has to the farmers, it's very negligible. If you look at even the way they are conducting the election of directors at the local levels, these days, Madam Speaker, the elections are done based on what number of shares a farmer has. And in many regions, it's very incredible to realize that maybe one farmer has so many shares, and when it comes to the election of directors, just one individual dictates the kind of directors that are elected. And that actually hosts the rest of the farmers whose interests at the end of the day are not taken into account. I therefore find value in this bill that we have before you, because as we speak, in my constituency, Madam Speaker, the many factories that we have, factories like Nyankoba Tea Factory, Tombe Tea Factory, Sangani Tea Factory, Kiamokama Tea Factory, the amount of money they earned in bonuses were extremely low. And when you find the pricing of the tea, the pricing was very high. But what makes it, at the end of the day, for a farmer to get 14 shillings, 19 shillings, when maybe our tea was selling at 300 shillings in the market? The reason for that is because we do not have proper regulation in the tea industry. It is therefore, Madam Speaker, my take that this particular bill, once it comes into effect, would have the net effect of ensuring that there is proper regulation, there is proper administration, and the executive that will be charged with the responsibility of constituting the board would have that responsibility of ensuring that the farmer, who ultimately is the mainstay of this country, is protected. Therefore, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that for us as legislators, we need to ensure that the farmer, the voter who votes for us, is protected, and the monopoly that is enjoyed by KTDA has to be seriously regulated, and the body that we call HAFA is not able to do this. So if we pass this bill, we will be able to have the tea board reign directly against this monopoly of KDDA. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
Member for Gatanga, Nobondwati.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance to also make my contribution. I come from a tea growing area known as Gatanga, but from what we are earning, we might forgo that crop and start selling water, because we are known to supply water to Nairobians with my sister here. Madam Speaker, I want to say that unless we address the costs of production, our farmers will continue getting nothing. And one of the major problems we have with KTDA is the infrastructure, which they develop on behalf of farmers, especially the tea companies, the tea factories. These buildings are done in very old style. They are very expensive. This is something which we'll need to address in future. And maybe we require even the government to support them, because we cannot continue doing very expensive buildings and that cost is taken to the farmers. The other important cost we need to look at the roads. A few years before, the national government used to maintain those roads. But currently, those roads are really poorly maintained. And we don't expect KTDA to be able to support the government fully. It's too expensive to do roads. And as we blame KTDA, we will also be requesting the national government to do something. Because as MPs here, you find that the money we get from KERA is very little. You cannot be able even to do 10 kilometers. And most of these companies are located in areas with very bad roads. The other cost, Madam Speaker, which we need to address is the cost of input, especially fertilizer, which is too expensive, and KTDA has a monopoly of sourcing that fertilizer, transporting it from Mombasa, and even distributing it to the farmers. I think in future we'll need to find a way how we can do this in a better way. To encourage competition, we know there are cartels in Mombasa when it comes to transport. We are not able to get good prices because most of the directors are also engaged in transport. And this is something which, as a government, we need to investigate. Comparing ourselves to our competitors, you will see that the cost of production in Kenya is too high compared to maybe to a country like Vietnam, which is able to do it at about 75% of our cost. Neighboring countries, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, the costs are also much lower than ourselves. And this is because of basically having a monopoly. And this monopoly, KTD, has been very unfair to our farmers since the government moved out. Currently, the extension services which used to be provided by the national government are no longer there. Our small-scale farmers are really suffering. There is no information. They are not getting adequately educated on modern farming methods. And this is something I would like to request the government. Maybe we go back to it. I don't think the county government, with the little money they are getting, they'll be able to do this. Madam Speaker, because I have my sister here who also comes from tea growing area, and I don't want to talk much. What I want to say is that we hope this bill is going to address some of our challenges, and I support. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute.
Let's have the member for Mogotio. Honorable Kamure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And just to let you members know that time is running out, but you don't need to be anxious because this will continue. If we don't finish everybody now, we will still continue next week.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this particular bill. Tea is a major crop in Kenya, and we all know that it's one of the major brings foreign income to this nation. Tea comes in various varieties. I know we are used to the black tea, but tea also, there are other varieties like purple tea and other types, which nowadays are getting to be grown by various farmers. Now, this particular crop of late has not been giving returns to the farmers. The prices of tea nowadays are very low and cannot sustain the farmers' livelihood. Me being a member of the Agriculture Committee, I was able to visit the tea areas and actually interact with the farmers. And their major cry is like their livelihood cannot be sustained. You find that when they pick the tea and they deliver to the factories, they are paid little for that particular month. And they wait for what you call bonus or payment which comes later. And most of these bonus are affected by the international pricing, which also are also affected by international events. Most of our tea are exported to Egypt, Pakistan, and maybe Afghanistan, and the other Middle Eastern countries. And whenever there are actually conflicts in this region, as we all know, there are lots of conflicts which are going on in those particular regions. It affects the pricing or the purchasing of our tea in those countries, and therefore, again, what we call bonuses come down. In recent years, we reorganized the management of tea in this country, and actually we vested AFA, or Agricultural Food Authority, to actually manage crops like tea, and we did away with the tea board, with the Kenya Tea Board, which used to actually manage this particular industry. Major players in the industry, we have the private farmers or private companies, and also we have the public farmers which are coordinated through KTDA. And in recent years, the management of KTDA has been very serious, has been having serious issues. You find that they overcharge the farmers through management fee and consultancy fees. This particular fees has reduced the livelihood of the farmers by way of receiving less for the delivery of the tea. And when we visited those parts of Konoin, Kericho, the farmers really were not happy with KTDA. And therefore, Madam Speaker, in this bill, it's tried to cure the representation or the way the directors are actually elected, and as well as what level they or what role they play in the particular industry, in the particular factories. Because we have several factories, and they also have what we call sister factories or we have mother factories, sister factories, and all those and all those. And those directors tend to overlap and benefit from the two, from managing the two factories. And therefore, in this particular bill, we are trying to cure the representation so that it becomes more efficient. Also, one other aspect in this bill is to address the issue of research in tea. As I said earlier, we have various varieties of tea, but I know we mainly know of the black tea, but the other varieties are coming up. We have the green teas, we have the purple tea, and all those teas are being carried out research in Kericho Research Tea Foundation, which has been somehow private, but the government has been trying to use it to come up with new varieties. I think we also need to invest in this area, and we hopefully in this particular bill, we have tried to vest KTDA, the Kenya Tea Board, to actually invest more in research. We've given the power to see to it that they actually come up with different varieties which actually can attract more returns for the farmer. For example, the green tea, we don't consume here, but like a place like in China, the green tea is consumed at a lot. And therefore, if we're able to export to China, although China also produces tea, if we're able to export to those areas, probably the farmers will get more returns for the tea instead of the black tea. And therefore, Madam Speaker, in this bill, we are saying we revive the Kenya Tea Board to coordinate the issue of managing tea in this Kenya. KTD also need to be restructured, and therefore, the other day, the President directed that we look into the way the farmers are being charged, the fees which are being charged by KTDA, so that they are, yes. Thank you very much. I want to say that the payment to the farmers need to be better paid. In other words, the first payment, which is actually delivery of green teas, should be better. In other words, currently it's about 16 shillings per kilo. This should be improved to about 25, so that the farmers can be able to maintain a livelihood at the end of the month. And also, just to conclude, value addition is also an area which we need to address. We actually consume very little, Madam Speaker. We only consume 5% of what we produce in this country, and most of it is for export. But we need to encourage value addition in the area of tea. We'll see whether we can sell tea already repackaged so that we can earn more and the farmers can benefit. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
Member for Nyaribari Chache.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak into this bill. I waited for the last 2 days to have a chance to speak to this because it's so close to my heart. I come from a tea growing area, which depends largely on the income that comes from tea proceeds. And I know the anxiety back home, especially when they were paid the bonuses, which were very poor. Madam Speaker, is a major concern for all of us, and when this bill came, we said it's an opportune time to make some suggestions which we think will make a difference on the ways they're managing the tea factories, the way they're managing tea processes in Kenya, to ensure that the farmers are getting value for money, Madam Speaker. I'm a product of tea, tea benefits, Madam Speaker. My parents are peasant farmers, and they grow tea pushers. But it is, the pushers were able to take us through college, through school, all of us, and we are a family of almost 10 people from one mom, and that was not a mean achievement. But the same pushers cannot even support one child today. Clearly an indicator that things have gone from bad to worse. And if they were able to support us those many years ago, surely there must be something which is not happening today, which has made the prices of the earnings from tea to come down. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, there are many factories. Like there is one in Dianyamwamu tea factory. It's a small factory which started recently. And for a long time, we have been paying for this. Even since I was a child, there were deductions going towards the rebuilding of that factory. And to date, some farmers are still paying for it. We really don't get to know how much does it cost KTDA to do a factory. We need to help them to account for some of the things they're doing, Madam Speaker, because these things affect the farmers directly. We need to also have a capping, Madam Speaker, on how much money they're using for operational expenses. Because KTDA cannot be given an open-ended check, Madam Speaker, where they decide on how much they're going to use to pay for operational expenses. They already have subsidiary companies, which subsidiary companies should be used, Madam Speaker, to support the operational expenses. They have an insurance company, Madam Speaker, a brokerage firm. They have many other departments which actually should be earning them a lot of money to support and ensure that whatever money they're getting from tea sales, they're paying it directly to the farmer, Madam Speaker. That was the original intention of having those subsidiary companies. But it doesn't seem to be working that way. We need to have them to clean up their house. Otherwise, maybe it's time we need to restructure that KTDA and ensure that the farmers who was meant to gain from it is getting value for money. Madam Speaker, we also need to come up with regional boards so that we are able to live with the national board to come up with policies, to come up with research, come up with new products, new seedlings, which can be able to grow and, which can give us better yields than what we're having at the moment. Because if you don't have a Department of Research and Development, Madam Speaker, then the future is the future is not guaranteed, Madam Speaker. All over the world, companies which have invested and which have succeeded over years are the companies which have invested on research and development, and we are urging KTDA to do exactly that. Madam Speaker, as I wind up, we also want the government to guarantee a minimum return on tea, Madam Speaker, just like we want to do on other produce. Madam Speaker, countries which have succeeded are those which have supported the farmers, because Kenya is an agri country. We depend on agriculture. Our economy depends on agriculture. And to ensure that the farmers, who are the people at the grassroots, are having money in their pocket, Madam Speaker, it's only fair that we guarantee some income, so that when a farmer delivers his tea, he knows for sure, or she knows for sure, that on this one I have so much, and therefore they're able to plan and purchase for their families, they're able to provide for their families, Madam Speaker. Because I know my colleagues have a lot of interest on this, Madam Speaker, there are many things we would have said about tea, because it's a very sensitive, a very emotive topic to all of us, in view of the fact that it's really changing people's lives back at home. But I want to be fair to my colleagues and donate a few more minutes to them so that they can also speak into this. But I support with that amendment that we have the regional boards, which will be in charge of local issues, management of the local factories, because they will understand them much more, because they come from that region. And then we have the KDDA at the national level, dealing with the national issues, policies, and research, so that they can come up with the better, better seeds, which will be able to give us better yields for the good of the country, Madam Speaker, because our economy also depends on it. With that, I support. Thank you for the opportunity to speak into this.
Unfortunately, Honorable Tongi, you have no time whatsoever to donate to other honorable members. And with that, honorable members, our time is up, and no need for worry. The debate on the bill continues next week. Honorable members, the time now being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, February 25th at 2:30 p.m.